So 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 I'm just waiting for Gerald to join in. I'm just waiting for Gerald to join in. I'm just waiting for Gerald. I'm just waiting for Gerald to join in. I don't know. Um, I think I delayed to send him the link, so I'm waiting for him to join in. I'm waiting for Gerald to show it to join in. So Gerald said that today is going to showcase how you can be able to increase voltage. It's sort of like increasing power. And I don't know if I'm audible. I can see that one person is watching. If you're watching, man, tell me am I audible or not. But I'm waiting for Gerald to join in. Gerald said that he's going to showcase his tech. His tech today. Let me confirm if I'm audible. So Gerald has a system that you can be able to increase voltage, which is more like increasing power. So you get more power than what you put in. And as of now, I'm waiting for him to join in. We agreed this time. So I did send him an email of the link that he can be able to join in, and I'm waiting for him to do so. I'm just confirming if I'm audible or not before. As of now, I'm waiting for. Yeah, I can see that I'm okay. So I'm waiting for Gerald to be able to join in. I don't know if you guys saw the video that Gerald put up today. And if you've just joined, of course, you can like the stream. If you like the stream, it recommends us to more people. So Gerald showcased his some of it on his channel. I don't know if you guys saw it or not. And now I'm just waiting for him to show up and show more of the same. He said that he was going to show it live, how you can be able to increase voltage. It's more like power, how you can be able to increase power. If you can increase voltage and current, then you're generally increasing electrical power. Just got the link. Oh, I'm sorry I delayed to send you the link, Gerald. I'm sorry, man. Let me resend even here. The link I shared to you is different, but you can also use this one to join in. I've just sent it. You can use that one or the other one that I sent. Whichever. I'm sorry I delayed. I'm sorry I delayed to send the link. I'm sorry I delayed Gerald to send the link. But I've also shared this other one. You can be able to see it. Yes, 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 yes. So I tried to improve the lighting. I got some lights. I think today I'm a little bit better. And let me try to hide this my Vaseline. So I tried to improve the lighting so that it is a little bit better than it was before. This light, then this that other light in the corner. So I'm waiting for Gerald to join in. I delayed to send him the link. He said that he's going to showcase. If you just join in, please give the stream a like. It helps to recommend us to more people. So Gerald said that he's going to share his.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, yeah.
Can you see me now?
Yes, 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 yes.
Hello, how are you, Chris?
I'm fine. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I delayed to send the link. And
It's okay.
I like your fireplace. It looks cool.
Yeah, it's fake, but it's got a little heater on it, I guess. But it's definitely fake. I can't afford a fireplace. In fact, I couldn't afford this. I found it in
That
the
will.
garbage and it had a broken wire. I took it apart, fixed
Yeah.
it, and now it works. So one man's
Will
garbage is another man's treasure.
Yeah. By the way, I saw they're usually expensive. The electric ones.
I think that one's a few $100s, honestly. I
Uh,
don't know.
but it
So
looks
I got
awesome.
good news and I got bad news. The good news is
Yeah.
I'm going to present. The bad news is doing it live. Um, in the middle of doing the tutorial, I messed up on one of my edits, so everything's apart on my desk. So,
Yeah.
so I'm gonna do the tutorial once I'm finished the tutorial. If you want to have me back, I'll do a live demo. But I can still show the video, explain it. Like I put together a 9-minute video on the
I saw it on your YouTube.
yeah, yeah, and I've got the list of parts
Yeah.
that you can put this thing together yourself. It's so simple, anybody could do it. This isn't the one that I'm presenting today.
Yeah.
Uh, It's not my tech, but I've kind of tweaked it. So I guess you could say it's my tech, but it's not. It was found by a man by the name of Gerald Morin. And it's a little washing machine motor that
Yeah.
is a permanent magnet motor
Yeah.
that is actually a PMH. Do you know what a PMH is?
No, no, no.
Okay, so there was a gentleman by the name of Edward Leeds Scallon, and he built something called the Coral Castle in Florida. And he devised a system where it's like a horseshoe, and then
Yeah.
he wraps copper wire around one side and copper wire around the other side, but in opposite directions. So it makes them something called bucking coils. So when you attach the wire together from the input, like your positive and negative on those two coils,
Yeah.
and you just attach a small battery or whatever as it's attached. I'm not
Yeah.
explaining this properly because I don't have the visuals to show you right now. But basically, it becomes a permanent magnet and it will last. Uh, as far as the tests have gone, 18 years, and it continuously loops the magnetic spin within the iron all day long forever. It doesn't do any useful work other than creating itself to be a permanent magnet through
Mm.
electricity, so to speak. I know I'm not quite putting that right, but if you look up Elie Scallon and the
Yeah.
PMH, you'll be able to get a lot more information than I can explain to you here. My point in bringing that up is the little system that I have built works on a washing machine motor that has a PMH on the inside with a
Yeah.
spinning magnet that switches the pole as fast as you could spin the magnet. And that gives you the ability to be able to pull high voltages out because the coils on this little machine, this little motor, are bucking coils. They're wound in opposite directions. So what I've done is I took a little DC magnetic motor like this, cost $18.99 on Amazon, and I attached it to this washing machine motor, and I spin it up. I'm gives you the ability off of this little thing to run 32 9-watt 110 volt light bulbs. I've showed that in my video. I've got it now to the point where I can run 10 9-watt 110 volt light bulbs and charge a car battery at the same time off these two small 5 amp hour 6-volt batteries put together in parallel so that they make, or sorry, series, so they make 12 volts. So I'm basically uh, lighting 32 light bulbs off of maybe 3/4 of an amp on this.
Yeah.
So what I do is I have a small battery. It's like two 6-volt batteries that are 5 amp hours, and I run them together to make 12. I take that power and it goes into a DC to DC boost converter. And then I turn it up to 50 volts, and it goes from that to a DC motor controller. That is what spins this. Then I go from the output of the washing machine motor
Yeah.
directly to the LED bulbs. That's it. Very, very simple. And that's why I wanted to present that today because it's very simple. Anybody could build it, anybody could test with it. And is it free energy? I don't know if I'd classify it as that other than being really, really efficient. So
Okay.
what you could do is by
Yeah.
taking a small 12-volt battery, you could run a small solar panel to charge that little battery, and that little battery can light the lights for your house and charge a car battery all day long. off that little solar panel charging your batteries. Now, those two little batteries that I'm talking about, I made it small to put them inside this little generator, so I had a handheld generator. I've used it for backup power on my house 3 times this year because we've temporarily lost power from storms. Well, I just turned it on and light the lights in my house. So, and I had it running for 3 hours on that one battery. That was the max so far that I can explain, or what's the term I'm looking for? That I'm willing to share at this moment. But now I'm saying this: if you take this list and you build this device, put it together, and you start testing with it, if you know anything about supercapacitors and how much power a supercapacitor can hold, and how much um, we'll say a 12 volt 2.5 amp hour battery can hold in comparison, you do the math. Okay. I'm not going to say you can loop this, but I'm saying the power output gives you the ability to charge large capacitor banks. And if this can run off of a large capacitor bank, 1 plus 1 equals 2, right? I'm not going to say it's free energy because that would be wrong. I'm going to say it's really, really efficient. Okay, but that's not my tech. That's just what I wanted to present to your audience because it gives them something to look at. It's a device that I've built. I'll get into my tech in a little bit, but I wanted to make sure that your audience had something they can take a list, look at what I've built, build it themselves, and test it. Prove me a liar. Prove to me it doesn't light 32 bulbs. I tried doing the same thing with another gentleman that showed me this. And I literally, I say it on my video. I thought the guy was full of shit. Pardon my language. I really did. I thought the guy was faking it. I thought there was some batteries hidden somewhere. Then I built it, put it in a little machine, and it works like a charm. So call it what you will, but I really, my whole point in bringing this piece of tech out is to get your audience excited about testing with something they can stick in their hands, something they can look at, something they can learn from, right? And then maybe move on to the next thing, so to speak. I will present my tech though. My tech's a little different. It's based on bucking coils, but not quite. It's different. But anyway, I digress. Did you want to watch the video that I had put up on my channel in order to show it or show what I mean? Or what did you want to do with that?
Oh, the person say, can you show the sketch diagram? He's asking for sketch diagram. But I thought there's one which you had said that you'll be able to showcase charging, I think 12 batteries, or you said something like it last time when we were doing the stream in the.
The alum batteries were too pretty easy to build. Is that I misunderstood there? Okay, so say that again. What did you want me to show?
I was saying that last time when we were doing some stream,
Yeah.
you said that you'll be able to showcase a device which can be able to power like 12 batteries.
Oh yes. Well, that's my tech. Okay, but right now on my desk, I have the little generator that I'm presenting to your audience.
Yeah,
It's almost back together, but it's like 90% or 10% into pieces because I was doing the tutorial to make sure that your audience had that right. So for me
yeah,
to do my presentation live about my tech, I have to
yeah,
clear everything off, and I didn't have time to do that today. So I apologize to your audience and to everyone that I said I'd show my tech off. I can show the presentation that I put together off and
yeah.
explain to you my tech, and then do a live show with identity withheld, and forgive me, I forget his name. Ironworks, I think it is, or Iron something or other. And then I could do a live demonstration. That way we can
ID,
have the critics in there. How about that?
even ID is around already.
Oh, I know he's
He
kicking
was
around. He's smart. He's watching.
yeah, he was really waiting for this. So he's asking like which demo now are you about to do?
Okay, so bear with me. I'll show the 32 light system, and then I'll show my tech. Fair enough. So I got to go to share screen here. Share media and share screen. Okay, well, share screen. Okay, give me a second here. My bad. I should have had the file open. How lame. Sorry.
Okay, let me read some comments. Identity with Hell, you're saying the demo, no demo. Yeah, we were really waiting for the demo of
You
the
want a
demo. And
live demo, eh?
yeah,
Well,
it's
to set up
SAQ. Hello, man. Yeah, go ahead.
to set up the 12 battery demo is a little difficult because I got to get all the batteries on the desk, like on my countertop, and I got to get it all wired up. But it'd take me about an hour, maybe a little longer. I think I'd be okay. I'm not sure. Let's see here.
If you're sure you can do it, you we can give you the hour. So then um I can share the link with people. Some will join in. We discuss as we wait for you to set it up. Or you feel like you can do it another day.
I can definitely do it. Tomorrow I got a catering job. Sunday, maybe. Oh, this is not the right
Uh,
one.
um, if
Or do
if
you
if
do things on weekends? Like, go ahead. I'm sorry.
ID saying that take your time. Yeah, for me, I'm here around maybe until like usually I do around 4 hours. So
Okay. Oh, there it is. Sorry, it was hiding on me. I have it filed under a name, and then it, for some reason, put it untitled. I don't know why it did that, but computers are funny that way. Okay. So if I share screen, window, how come it's not showing it? Oh, no, that isn't it. Hmm.
so no demos. Come Chinese asking so no demo. Yeah, no demo. Yeah, we are really waiting for the
No,
demo.
no live demo. That's my bad. It was because I was trying to do that darn tutorial, and I kind of have my desk all cluttered up right now here. But I will do a live demo.
Do,
Absolutely.
do you think you can be able to set it up, or it will take a lot of? If you can be able to set it up in an hour, so
Could I
I
set up?
don't I don't have an issue because
I might be able to. I can definitely show the video of the 5 batteries that are um, charging on the video.
yeah.
Why isn't it? Oh, maybe it's media I have to share. Nope, that isn't either. Why won't it let me share this darn video? Okay, here, I'll try this a different way.
Is it the video that you uploaded today?
Yeah, did you watch that one?
Yeah, I watched it. Do you want me to share that with people?
Okay, I think I got it now. It's this the stream that you're or the system that you're using. I'm not used to, so it's kind of
Yeah,
it's
most people are used to StreamYard.
Why won't it let me do that? Yeah, you might as well share it because it won't let me. Like, I have it punched up, but it won't show it.
And if you while we are watching it, maybe you can try setting up the dim. I can share the link to different people, then people can join in, and as we talk, as we wait for you to.
Okay, well, show this one. This is of that generator with the 32 lights. That's the one I put up today, and I'm gonna see if I can get my other one going here. I don't know why it's not doing that. That's really annoying.
The one you put up today, it was the Gerald Morin replication video mix.
Yes, that one. That's the one that shows the device that I have the list for your audience, and that I'm doing the tutorial on. The other demo, I could try and set up for that really quick. Yeah, might take me a bit though. Here's a quick video for you guys. I'm not doing any demonstrations today, but I watched a video this morning by Tristan McNabb on this little washing machine motor. Now, Mike Faraday Research had already built the Gerard Morin device, which technically this is what it is. Now, there's a couple more components to it, but Tristan McNabb pulled his apart and showed the wiring schematic. Now, it is formed like a horseshoe, the steel plates in here. And the two coils, one are wound clockwise and the other one's wound counterclockwise. We all recognize what this is. So what do these two things have in common? Well, Jason Rubelli did a video on the PMH a year ago, and he was making a light switch by tapping a 9-volt battery from a system that's a lot like this. And one of his comments was that all he needed was a variable switching device, and he would be able to make a system run. So upon breaking this down and looking at all this, I believe that this is the completed form of the PMH. The way that it's wound is exactly like the PMH, and the switching device is the round magnet that gets spun by an external device. So I'm going to make this into a PMH very shortly, and I said earlier these three things have something very significant common. Well, they're all counter-wound. Well, this one will be. But the two coils on here are counter-wound, one wire. These two coils are counter-wound as well. Just wanted to point that out, everybody. I hope you have a great... Hey everybody, here's a real quick demo of the Gerard Morin / moving PMH device. 24 volt power supply, empty box, DC motor, washing machine motor, 13 watt LED light. Alright. So at 7, almost 8 volts, it's on, but it's not at full. At 10 volts, I'd say it's about 90%. It's pretty hard to look at, but we could push it a little further. So it Chris, you there? Can anybody hear me? It would seem we lost Chris. I'm in the background. I have no control over what's going on. I haven't gotten to- This sucks. I haven't even gotten to my tech.
Gerald,
Chris,
I'm sorry I lost power.
there you are.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's all good. It happens.
Yeah, where I live, we usually have power issues, so
Are we
it
still live?
happens. I'm up. I think we are up. I'm not sure if we are up or not, but I think we are. Yeah, we are back. We are back. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm sorry, everyone. I connection. That's one thing about being where I am. We sometimes lose power. We need some systems that can be able
It's
to improve.
okay. It happens. It's good. The audience was bored with that video anyway. Maybe we should just move on to this stuff.
Yeah. Let's do that.
Okay, so doing a live with this right now is going to be a bit difficult because I have to hook up 12 pickup coils on the outside along with 12 Avermenko plugs and my capacitors, and everything's a little scattered. So if you want to do a live demo,
Yeah. Even Scamchan is asking for a demo. Or which one were you planning to do?
okay, well, this is the live demo I want to do for you guys, but I can't do it. It's going to take me longer than an hour to set it up because the batteries right now are on my scooter trailer. So
You're freezing. Gerard Abuman, what is your best advice? You're saying that what is your best device? You are freezing, but you are saying
my best device is this. This will blow your mind.
you can't be able to do it.
Not live. I can show you videos on it. I've got over 300 videos on my channel. I light a um
Can you can you be able to maybe on your side can you be able to set it up if we give you the 1 hour, then on my side I can try to invite different people, we talk about some things then as we wait for you.
I could give it a shot, but I'd have to dip out. Like I'd have a lot to do. So that means I'd have to get off the show to set it up because I gotta run around. I gotta
If
grab batteries
if
off
you're
my.
sure you can do it, it's okay. You can be able to go and set it up, then you come back later. No
That's why I
problem.
said it'd be better if we did it another day. I didn't know that your
Okay. So
audience
which
was
okay.
super
Then which one
concentrated.
now are you planning to present?
Okay, well, that was just the thing. I was going to present the first one and give the
Yeah.
list, and then I was going to get into the videos on this. But
Yeah.
if your audience just wants to see a live, maybe we can reschedule, or I can come back on in an hour or so after I could try and set it up, but it's going to
You're
be a little
freezing.
difficult.
I did saying that check out Iron Man. You're freezing. You're saying that you can reschedule or you can go and come back later.
Am I still freezing? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. You're freezing. You're saying that you can reschedule or you can go and come back later.
Yeah, because as I apologize to your audience, didn't know the live demo was the big deal, right? But I'll make that happen for you. Did you catch that?
When do you think you can be able to do it? Maybe.
Um, See, that's the thing. We can maybe if I come back in an hour, hour and a half, I might have it ready. Or
Okay,
did you
okay.
want to do it another day?
Yeah, yeah. You do it. You do it. Let me invite some people. Then you go ahead and do it. Then you can come back later. It's okay.
Okay,
Yeah, we shall be.
that's what
Maybe
I'll do.
if you. Yeah,
Go ahead.
I'm saying it's okay. We will have some people around.
Okay, yeah, get identity on here, and you can start talking
Yeah,
about. I
I did.
understand. Go ahead.
Identity is around. Is even saying that I need to change the title of my stream now because it's not we what we were going to show. We were going to see the demonstration.
Oh, okay, right.
But you set it up, then come back later, no problem.
Okay, yeah, because
Yeah,
it's gonna take me time off camera to put
no
everything
problem.
together, right?
No problem.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So I wish I could leave you with this video, but it looks like I can't share it with your system. So, because I made a new video on what I was doing. If your audience is curious, there's a few videos where I show lighting up LEDs, like a bank of LEDs that take 110 volts, 4 amps to light, and
Uh,
they're lit at 80%, and it's at zero point 0.4 watts to light it.
you
So,
you you're freezing up. I don't know, but you're freezing up. Can we call Lloyd? Lloyd is asleep at now. ID. But you can set it up, then come back. We will be. I'm pretty sure 100%.
okay, I'll go set it up. We'll talk to you in a bit.
Okay. Can we call Lloyd? Lloyd is asleep by now. Let me change the title. What can I call now? The title of the video. Waiting for Gerald. Waiting for Gerald to showcase his coil. But he's saying that he's going to set up the video. He's going to set up. I don't know who wants to join in now. If you want to join in to say something, as I set up, we have Floods Shavit is saying that you are really doing good job creating this channel, brother. But I don't have a link. This is Shavit from Zambia and an inventor. Shavit, here is the link. So Gerald has said that he's going to set up. He says that he needs something like an hour to be able to set up on his side. So let's hope he comes back. Then I think Dr. Elie wanted to join in to talk about Mosfets or something. I don't know if I can be able to get him. Waiting for Gerald to set up his coil. What is my opinion on Maxwell like this? You're saying instead of light bulbs, one you use a propeller with motor on scale. What is my opinion on waiting for Gerald to set up his coil? I think that's a good title. My opinion on Maxwell. Maxwell 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 looks like Maxwell told me not to contact him again. But on my side, I feel like what he's doing is not. I feel like he doesn't have anything to give to people. He might have gone and taken a story of what happened to people before, like how separation of energy, of free energy, used to be, like the conspiracy theory, the conspiracy theory of free energy. Then he made it to look like he's so yeah. He kind of made the story to look like he's and to appear as if he's in danger, but I don't think that he is. Abuman is saying that Gerald defeats Maxwell's device. In a way, he does because he's able to showcase. But let's wait to see if he can be able to showcase it. I've seen. In some of his videos, his coils can be able to increase voltage. Now the thing is, can he be able to increase current? Because if you increase voltage but maybe you're decreasing current, calculating electric power power is voltage times current, right? Voltage times current. So if you're increasing maybe voltage but you're decreasing current, then it means what you're going to get outside, it will be low. Now somebody wanting to join in, what you might be able to get maybe might be lower than the output. But if you're able to increase current and power at the same rate, then it makes sense. Keith, how are you, man? Where are you from? Mr. Keith, I can hear you. Keith. Kate doesn't want to say anything, so CL is saying that instead of light bulbs, one you should a propeller with a motor on a scale. Let's wait to see what is going to show, but I think you'll be able to showcase maybe increasing voltage. I'm interested to know. Kevin Kevin Writer is saying that good background and lighting, you're improving tremendously. Yeah, there's a lot of people who complain that my lighting was bad, so I tried to improve on that. And also, oh, you are the one. Maybe you're the one who was complaining. And also, in terms of background, I think I've tried a little bit, but I got a background today. Today the lighting is better. And thanks a lot, Kevin. I think you're the one who have been complaining, Mr. Keith. I can see you've joined. You want to say something as we wait for Gerald to showcase his coil? Is this that this coil can be able to improve the electrical power in? In fact, last time you said that it can be able to use a 12-volt battery to charge like 12 other batteries, which I don't know if it's okay or not. But what he was talking about when we began, it's different from what he promised. So let's wait to see if he can be able to share what he promised. Scamchan is saying that Gerald might have created another battery charger. You want to say something, Mr. Keith, or you just want to sit here and chill? How does it feel being in the background, Mr. Keith? CL saying that how his coil works, it's an AC coil where you just transform energy, get more AC out. Actually, yeah. From what I saw, he's able to increase voltage. I saw one of the videos of his. I don't know if it had more to it, but from just what I saw from the video on his channel, if you go on it, you can be able to see some. He's able to increase voltage, and I think it was from he was able to increase voltage by about 2 or 3 or 4 times using his coil on the outer side of the coil and the inner side. There's a video. I don't know if I can be able to find it and play it, but now the curious thing is what about the current? Because sometimes if you're able to increase the current voltage and maybe decrease current, then what you get out, uh it won't be more than what you're putting in. I mean, the power, like identity say that when somebody is talking about power in and power out, they should not be able to talk about one thing only. Like you're saying that you're only increasing voltage or you're only increasing current. You need to know, like, when you do maybe the power or when you calculate the energy output, is it the same as the energy input? So I know CL had asked if he can be able to show also the input. He has the meter, so he can be able to show the input and the output. Then we compare. If it makes sense, then we will know that it's true. But let's wait and see. He said that he'll come back in an hour. 12 volts in and how much out? It was something like, uh, if I remember, it was something in more than 100. I think so. I think so. I think it was being able to increase it by more than four. I think 4 times. No, 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 more than even 4 times. But it wasn't 12 volts. It was more than 12 volts from the video that I saw of his. The video is on his channel. I don't remember the title of it. It was just a short clip about 40 seconds or about less than a minute. But now when somebody shows it that way, you never know if they edited the video, played around with it, or anything. So if he comes and he shows us live doing it, then you can believe that his coil works. Mr. Keith, Mr. Keith, maybe you're afraid of talking. So you're from which country, Mr. Keith? Hello, Keith. So I have somebody here who have joined in. His name is Keith, but he doesn't want to say something. I think it feels cool when he is in the background. But like I said, we are waiting for Gerald to come in and showcase his thing. He says that he's setting up. If you just join us, remember to like it, run an oven. Remember to like the stream, run an oven and washing machine instead of 200 lights. Actually, it will be interesting if you can be able to run a heavy load on it instead of lights. But I guess most people go for lights because it's the simplest thing that can be able to help you to power a house. Like what happened to me a while ago. If I had that, it could have helped a lot. Let me try to see if I can be able to get Dr. Elie. I have somebody called Keith joining and leaving, but he doesn't want to say anything. I think it feels nice being in the background. Let me try to send an email. Mr. Keith. Hello, Keith. Keith, you can say something. Maybe he locked up and can't speak. I think no, his mic is on. His microphone is on, so I don't know. I think he's just enjoying being in the background or joining and seeing himself. Let me do this so that you can see your name on the screen, Keith. Let me do this so that you can see your name on the screen. I'm sure you feel good and maybe say something. I'm sure you can see your name at the bottom here. Identity withheld saying that you'll never get more volts amps in than volts amps out. Volts times amps. The reason why Ohm's law and the power formula exists. So that's the most interesting thing that actually we can be able to find out if he shows us how it works. And we are able to see the voltage going in, voltage coming out, and current in, current out. That way you can be able to calculate the power and know what is going on. So let's wait and see. That's true. The bulbs are easiest to set it up anyways. And if you can be able to run the bulbs, they light up, it means you're getting something out of it. So the easiest way that you can be able to tell you're getting voltage out. But for him, he has Dr. Elie. If you want to join in, Dr. Elie, here's the link. I have somebody called Keith joining in, but he doesn't want to speak. Although I also see that his internet is not stable. Yeah, that's how it should be. But Gerald claims that he can be able to get more out. So, and he said that the coil is kind of special, a special type of coil. So, as of now, I'm just waiting to see if he can be able to showcase it. He showed in one of his video that I've seen on his channel, and it was increasing voltage. Piero Dusa, Dr. Elie, you can be able to join in. Dr. Elie, today you can join it. Keith, this is the seventh time you're coming. You can say something, man. Piero Dusa, what's up, man? How are you doing, Piero Dusa? Piero Dusa was asking like how many subs I had before the Maxwell story. What I got when I began the Maxwell story, which was like a month ago, is only 7,000 subscribers. I got like 40 or 50k subscribers from a shorts I did in January. So most of my viewers they watch shorts and not long form content. You're booting your laptop. Oh, it's okay. Do you join in on your laptop or your ID? Do you join in on your laptop or your phone? Mr. Keith, just saying I'm ready to install these devices in an EV. The guy who wrote the paper, he said that I can be able to bring him back. I did not speak with him today, so we did not plan with him. But yeah, he said that you can be able to check his paper. The only thing that I saw, like 40 Supersonic asked for the paper, then he doesn't want me to give the paper to anybody directly. He wants me to contact him first, tell him that person X wants the paper. So I told him that 14 supersonic wants the paper to test. He said he likes 14 supersonic and I should give him the paper. But he likes 40 supersonic. We should give him the paper, but first he needs to contact him first. So then I talked to 14 supersonic. I think I sent him an email. I doubt if he has replied me. So I had to reply to text 14 supersonic. We plan a time that they can be able to communicate before it happens. That's the only problem now. So Keith, Keith, you're trying to join like I don't know how many times, but you're not saying anything. My phone can't handle my animated avatar. Oh, I see, I see. It uses graphics. Keith, you're from which country? Keith. Okay. So he said that we can plan a day, then he comes back and explains better. So I don't know which day will be okay because on Monday, yeah, I don't know which day will be okay. Maybe on Wednesday. But also, I was thinking that I don't know if Dr. Elie will be okay which day. Dr. Elie, do you want to come in? He's saying that my automatic correct or replaced value each time. You can be able to join in, Dr. Elie. But I know you wanted to present on Mosfets, but also you said that you had worked before on medical devices. Like, I would like to hear your opinion maybe on the modern day medical devices that we use in the hospital, how safe are they, or dangerous, or anything close to it. He's saying that instead of spending many weeks and months obsessing about various free energy miracles, you might be better off spending the time getting a proper education in electrical engineering principles and Scamchan. Not Scamchan. Jack Hole. So Jack Hole, I just have people who reach out to me and they say they have this and this. Then I tell them to come and showcase it. So we're just waiting to showcase Gerald's Coil because he says that it works. I don't see any problem that I'm doing by doing that. And I'm curious, maybe for you, Jackal, what background do you have? Like, what is your background? And Jackal, I don't think that you also know my background, right? I did provide critical information to him about his paper, not sure if he likes me anymore. When was this? Or did you get his email and talk to him? And this without learning the technology. Still saying that this learning produces headache. That's why most people stay dumb. You're good at making fakers, not like you ID. You're saying David Bambo, you're saying that I'm good at making fakers. David, I have people who reach out to me and they say they have things to share. If somebody agrees to be able to come and showcase it, then I don't see any problem in doing that. I'm booting my laptop. So you did military electronics, I see. Military electronics. You did military electronics many years ago. I see, I see. Ah, it's amazing. It's amazing. If you feel like you want to share your story one day, man, reach out. We can plan, no problem. Of course, I'm also there's somebody who I told that I'm trying to be able, if I can be able to get like more people in the field of the science field that you can be able to share more with, and also more educative things. Yeah, but the issue is many people are not open to me, mostly because where I'm from, you send somebody an email and they don't respond. But also, I'm trying to get people where I am who can be able to come on the show. Most people are afraid, but I wish to share more in this field. For me personally, I'm a registered engineer where I am from. So I also know a lot of things, but when you have somebody saying things, you give them their time to say what they want to share. I'll be able to check the comment and I responded to him. He's saying that check the comments in your last video. I responded to him. I tried to check it out. I think I saw it. I think I saw it. Although he said that he's open to giving it to you so that you can be able to see it. I don't know, but he trusts you in a way. The only thing is he wants you to contact first and do you contact him, you talk to him first. But he said that we can be able to plan a day with him, then he said he can be able to explain more. So Jack Hole, you're saying sure. Yes, sure man, sure man, sure man. Yeah, like we heard Dr. Elie say that he wants to talk about the medical devices they use lately, like in because he works in medical engineering and all that. I mean, he has built some medical things, and he also a PhD in signals. He has done a lot of things, so he also wanted to share more about his side, and I'll see when we can be able to get him in. I've sent an email. I don't know today. Today we had not planned with him, but maybe next week. Although he's here, so I sent this. Anybody can be able to join in because we are waiting for Gerald, and I doubt if he will come back anytime sooner. But Jacob, for your information, Gerald said that he is able to show live on a live demonstration, being able to increase the voltage, and that is what he said that he can be able to use one battery to charge like 12 other batteries. So that's what we wanted to say, and he said that he can be able to show it live on a live demo. So if somebody says that I can be able to show it on a live demo, I'm pretty sure even you'll be curious. Best class offered by my university, theory, computational, and application. Just a must. I thought you were in electrical or something, but I see. I took every mathematical based class offered by my university, theory, computation, and application. So you're very good in when it comes to as applied, like applied sciences, applied maths, and all that. But I see for you, you know a lot, ID. You know a lot, man. You know a lot, man. But Giacomo said that he has done military electronics for far too long. I don't know how does Giacomo feels about the things that we had where simultaneously go got a master's and bachelor's in 4.5 years. I'm surprised I didn't lose my mind. That's a short time. This is a short time. You're able to do it within a short time, but that side it might be different. Yeah, in 4.5 years, that's quick. But maybe where you are, it could be different. Where I know this could have taken you like maybe 10 years, at least 8. If you're able to do it sooner, maybe this could have taken you at least 8 years. Yeah, especially when it comes to masters. Those people who are supposed to do like the research. Your professors, I mean, the professors, when you do the research, you are supposed to like see your thesis and all that and advise you on what you're supposed to do. They disappear, like it's very difficult to find them, so it takes longer. Pierre is saying that everyone can criticize, which is fine, but show us your work to solve problems as well. I don't have to be free, but should be off grid. So this is what you are waiting, and this is what Gerald said. He can be able to show his work, and he can show it how it works, and that is precisely what you are waiting for. And then when he showed up, he said that he had not yet prepared, and he said to give him an hour. Right now, I think we are less, maybe about 48 minutes or 40 minutes or about 30. Can I open the line for you? This is the line. Just click on it. Dr. Elie, just click on it. Or it's not working. I think it's working. For ID, you're saying that 18 to 20 credits per term. Like, why you doing, like, how are you doing it that way? Because I know you're supposed to, it takes some time. Dr. Elie, I've shared the link. Can you be able to join in? You just click the link. You're saying that 18. 18 to 20 per term. Like, were you doing any other thing in your off time, or you're just it was about studying and studying and studying and studying and studying? Just click on this, Dr. Elie, click on this link that you see on your screen. Just click on it and it will help you to join. As we wait for Scam Chan, I saw your comment. Scam Chan, I saw you are releasing a video about a few minutes ago. Where's the guy who wrote the paper? Scam Chan, just saying I'm ready to install these devices in an EV. But then if you put that device in an EV, it means your EV can be able to run like forever, for longer. That is, you won't have to use a lot of batteries. Imagine using one battery to recharge all the other, like when you have the entire cell. You saying that you tried the link is not working? Can anyone else just try? You don't have to come in or do anything. Let me regenerate another link. You say that you tried the link is not working. I tried, it's not working. Mbulelo, ndasana, ndasana, mbulelo. Can anyone else please try the link? You don't have to join. Just try the link if it works or not. I think the link has to work. You definitely will not recommend people. Yeah, it seems like you are not having time to relax or you are studying all the time. But I think it's a nice way to go. It means like, yeah, you are celibate, like how he's saying that identity was a celibate for 4 point. Yeah, that's correct. You are not playing around with ladies or anything. You are studying all the time. Crazy, crazy. Because 4.5 years, you are cramping everything. Like Jackal saying that maybe Gerald has also figured out how to stand in a bucket and lift himself up by the hand. Good luck and good night. Good night to you, Jackal. Good night to, and let's wait and see. If you wake up tomorrow, if it works, I'm sure I will repost it. When you wake up tomorrow, you will see it. Ciel saying that workaholics is better than nothing, I guess. But is that being a workaholic or studying? Is studying and workaholic the same thing? Are people who study a lot, like they are so much into the book? When they go out, do they also work very hard at job? Yeah, if it can be able to charge a battery, it will be quite amazing. Let's wait and see. I hope he comes back. I just hope he comes back and he doesn't send an email and says that maybe he failed. And I'm pretty sure he's watching this as we go on. So identity was a celibate. Where's the line? There's no line. Just click this link. Can anyone else try to click the link to see if it works? Dr. Elie, there's no line. You just click on the link. Once you click on the link, you'll be able to join in. Scholarship was only for bachelors. I actually satisfied two masters and two bachelors in that time, but they only agreed to give me one and one. What? Man, you are celibate for that. Like you're studying like crazy. So you have two masters like in what and what, and also two bachelors in what and what. Because you say that the other one is math and physics. Two different links showing. I shared another different link. I recreated another link because the guy said that the first link was not working. Or Scamchan, you have tried coming in, it's also refusing. With this is the latest link that I am using as of now. Have you tried coming in? It's not working. I want to put you on the screen. I just want you to try it so that you see if it works or not. Because I see became a pharmacist. She was too busy. We graduated in the same week. Oh, it looks like you guys found each other. It looks like since she was a pharmacist, it means she was also studying like very hard. So yeah, like Piero Duce is saying, that's a perfect union for sure. You've tried the link works. So I don't know why, but this guy said it doesn't work. Bulelo Ndasana, the link works. Here's the link. Bulelo Ndasana. You must be somewhere in the South Africa region. The link works, Bulelo. I don't know what you're saying as we wait for Gerald. And Dr. Elie, Dr. Elie, just click on the link. I don't know maybe what problem you're having. Let me see if I have your email. You just click on the link. Gerald should send your device to test at home. So here's the thing. Last time when you were here on Wednesday, Gerald said that he will come with two devices, one that works and one that is willing to give it away for free. For he said that he will be able to give for free. That's what he said in the comment section. So, but he was working on another video which he posted on his channel. I was showing it at some time before the power went off, and he says that after working on it, he messed up a lot of his setup, so he's unable to showcase it. And he says we give him an hour, he'll be able to come back and show it. So that's what we're waiting for in an hour or so. And before he comes back, if you want to join in, man, you can feel free. And Gerald needs to put a meet. So yeah, in the video that I'm telling about, he had a meter before and what he was getting out, so you could see the difference. But I don't know, like you see, a video is very different from maybe showing people a live demo. A live demo, people trust more when it's a live demo compared to just a pre-recorded video, because you can play around with it. And so a live video is what we are waiting for. I think right now maybe we are remaining with 30 minutes or so. Let's hope he shows up in 30 minutes. Pierre Duce is saying nice, that's a perfect union, and he means it. That was a perfect union because, yeah, that was a perfect union, man. Because think of it like she's a pharmacist and the guy is doing two masters, 2 degrees, and they were both there for education, so no one was disturbing any other. Can you no click the link in the chat? Click the link in the chat, not on the screen. Click the link on the chat. Click the link on the chat. You see, I showed that video again. When I crashed, let me try to see it. Click the link on the chat. You see, I showed the video again. Click the link. You click the link on the chat, not on the video, not on the screen. Where you are typing, you will see the link coming. You click on it, Dr. Elie. You click the link on the chat. Measuring AC watts, you get displacement of volts. But the one you're showing is DC. I'm sure it will be DC, not AC, because we are talking about batteries. But and it's not like he's not taking through the inverter. Scam channel, let me look for the video again. Dr. Elie, you click the link in the chat section. Let me repost the link. Here's the link, but click on it in the chat section. What do you mean? On your phone, no link appeared. On my iPhone, no link appeared. On my iPhone, no link appeared. I don't know. I don't have an iPhone, so I don't know. But does it mean the link doesn't appear for iPhone people? Anybody with an iPhone? I think the link should appear. Let me type it again here. Here. Here it is. Bulelo, click this link. This link should be able to work. What do you mean? Let me try with my other phone and see. What do you mean the link is not working? What do you mean? Let me see. Is the link really not working? Loading studio. What do you mean the link is not working? Allow microphone, allow this. I see the link works. The link works. So you want me to put myself on the screen second time? I see the link works. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry for the noise, but the link works. Dead end channel. I see it. I see it. We are waiting for him. We are waiting for him to join. Bulelo, the link works. Maybe you have an issue with your internet or something. I've tried with my phone, the link works. And sorry for the noise. Sorry for the noise. It makes some crazy noise. Coil working with DC. Dr. Elie, I think the link should work on an iPhone. I'm not sure. Maybe my app is not support, but no, it's a web browser app. No, so it should be able to work. Even ID can be able to join in. ID, you want me to put you on the screen? ID. Yeah, yeah. Are you test? Are you testing the link, or you okay if I put you on the screen? I don't know why some are saying that the
It's my
link doesn't
avatar.
work.
It's okay.
Yeah, I see your
It's working.
don't worry. I see your avatar. Don't worry. The link is working. I don't know what Mbulele is saying. I see even like Gerald. Gerald is back.
Oh wow.
Gerald, you're back. You're already done. Mbulelo, the link works. You can see many people join. I don't know what is the issue on your side. Maybe it's just a problem on your side.
Yeah, I just clicked the last link you put up.
Yeah, it works. It works. I don't know. I see we have darkness. Darkness. We had you a few days ago. You had a different name. Oh, that wasn't you.
Yeah, with Black Wizard before, but can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly.
All right, cool. Yeah, no, I was just joining just to help you with the link thing. It's working. I'm gonna dip back out. I'm here in the comment section. Cool.
It's okay. It's okay. Thanks, man. Yeah, the link works. I don't know why the guy is saying that it doesn't. It doesn't. Then you have Dr. Elie also. Dr. Elie say that he works on medical devices. Uh, but he's also saying that it's not working. I don't know. I'm not allowed to use my professional computer. But it works on. It should be able to work on your even iPhone, right? Or it only works on a computer. I tried on my Android and it works.
Man, but yeah, I'm not staying, but cool. All right, mate. I'm gonna close the browser.
Okay, okay.
Oh, I'm still here though.
Thanks, man. Dr. Elie, it works on your computer. Try it. ID, what do you think about even Abuman is asking that why are you so skeptical? Maybe why are you so skeptical?
About who?
Are you still around?
I'm here.
It
Can you
looks
hear
like
me?
a froze. Yeah, I can hear. It looks like a froze.
Yeah, you did.
Abuman was asking that why are you so skeptical?
Skeptical of who? Skeptical of who? Gerald.
Yeah, I think it means either Gerald or maybe Lloyd. I don't know. Or
It's
maybe
not the. It's not like
skeptical.
skeptical. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was saying that, or maybe being skeptical of whether free energy can be possible or not.
Yes, because I think someone said it earlier. Every time somebody's willing to show a demo, something happens where they can't show it or something. It happens every single time. So it's not that I'm skeptical. I'm probability and statistics, and statistically speaking, this has a
Yeah,
0% chance of working.
yeah. For Gerald, I know what he showed on one of his. I had Scam Chan was saying I replayed the video. There's another video which he showed. I'm not sure if I can find the video, but he was able to increase voltage. So the thing is, maybe you can be able to increase voltage, but you're messing up with the current. That way,
Yes,
then it doesn't make the power out will not be more than the power in.
correct. Correct.
So
And with MOSFETs, you gotta be careful because the power in is not at the gate, it's at the drain. So when, you're putting power or attempting to put power into a MOSFET, the MOSFET
yeah,
is getting power from the drain, not the gate, but the input goes to the gate.
maybe maybe as you talk more, as you talk more, once you see the comments, or maybe yeah, you can talk about anything. I put you on the screen as I try to get the video that Scamchan was asking for, and also to send the join link to directly to Ellis, Dr. Ellis' email.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I can see the chat.
Yeah, you're on the screen. Although many people have left, th- lots of people wanted to see the demonstration,
Yeah,
but
that
it
would have
looks
been
like,
nice to actually see it. That would have been really cool. I'm looking forward to seeing what he has, but he's gonna have to show me some actual measurements. That's what I'm looking for. Like if he said no, this is not free energy, then fine. You can do anything you want. You can shoot for the highest efficiency. That's great. I'm not worried about that. I'm not tripping on that. That's actually cool. Even if you come out with higher efficiency than what's out now, that's even better. But once you say free energy, now you got my attention, but you better prove that before you make that statement.
yeah, that's true. So let me hope he shows it. I have somebody who emailed me, I don't know, Jacob, Jab, Jacob Kikoski, saying that he knows how it works. Even Gerald too. You think that you can be able to explain it? I don't know. If you want, you can join in, or you can tell me. Then if you don't, it says that it doesn't want me to share. So
Now, is
let's
this
see.
the doctor with the paper?
No. No. For him, I have not talked with him like since yesterday. So it doesn't. I don't think that he knows that we are doing this today. Maybe if he just saw I saw a notification and tried to come and join in.
Uh-huh.
But that's just somebody different. Sometimes I get emails from different people. Then Pierre Oduse saying that everything is impossible until it's proven possible. And Darkness saying that I would love free energy to be true, but these guys don't seem credible. What do you think about it?
Yeah, that's like it's not that I'm being skeptical, it's never been shown. It never gets or proven. It's always just talk. But I can definitely tell you, I don't want
Yeah,
to say 100% because that's I mean it probably should be 100%, but 99.99999% it's usually them not understanding how to calculate power. They don't realize that when you put a motor with a magnet on it and spin the magnet, that's
yeah,
power. You have to count that's power put in. So you have to subtract that as a that you don't get that on the back end. No, that's power put in. So you got that's a loss. But sometimes they don't count that. They don't count that as energy loss. It is. You had to spin a motor, right? That's energy. You can't just spin a motor for free.
yeah. It's not free. You have to use energy doing that. You can see the comments, right? Or I have to put them on the screen.
Free energy is real beef. Talks that matters. Come on up. We can talk about it.
This Darkness saying that people are making bold claims without unrefutable proof. Then Bulelo is just saying that we are not skeptical, but we want to be realistic.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, and stop hiding behind these conspiracies that the government doesn't want this knowledge to be out. That's an excuse. Just show your thing works. That's all you have to do. And if you want to sell it, I forgot who actually made that comment. Why don't you sell it? If you're getting more energy out than you put in, you could
yeah,
literally sell that back to the electric company and they'll pay you a check because you're putting money back in. Well, again, I don't know where you are, but definitely that is it's in the States. It's definitely in the States.
Not in
It's
Canada.
ca Yes, that's why I said it depends on where you are. So if it is free energy, I would be hooking that thing up to the electrical grid and feeding that to the electrical company because they cut you checks if you actually put energy back into the system at peak hours that they need energy. Because there's hours that your city, your state, it's like maybe like 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. is like the highest peak usually because
Yeah.
people are coming home and all of that. If you're able to give them energy at that peak time, you can get paid for that in certain states in the US.
Yeah, you can't
That's
do that in
that's
Canada. And where I'm at, they're slimy, man. Like, you can't have windmill on your roof and you can't have solar on your roof unless you pay the hydro company their piece of the pie because they've locked it out. So it was kind of one of the reasons why I started this journey. It's just the way it is where I live. So
yeah.
what do you do,
Yeah,
right?
I backed off. I backed off of solar once I realized the bureaucracy behind it. I'll admit there is once it became known that if you have enough panels, you can run your house if you use less power than you're
Absolutely.
pulling in from the sun. Yeah, you can go 100% off the grid.
Yeah.
And then laws and things started being written. Yes, I that's why I backed off. Like once it got the bureaucracy got into it, I stepped away. Like, nope, I'm not paying for panels for the rest of my life, and I'm not paying a crazy amount of money for some panels that I could, if I could figure out how to mount them on my damn roof myself, then I'll just go that route and buy them myself. But then prices started spiking. So yeah, I get that there is a level of control on
Oh yeah.
how you get it done and who gets involved and who gets paid. I
Well,
get that.
where I'm at, if you go and buy solar panels and you want to get them put on your roof, you have to pay for a structural engineer. You got to pay for a roofing engineer. You got to pay for an electrical engineer. You got to get permits, and you also have to buy the panels off a reputable company. So you're paying through the arse. You know what I
Same
mean?
here.
Yeah, yeah. I figured out a way around that, and when the company opens in July, I'll release to the world how to beat those laws legally. Beat those laws. There's a trick, and it's not something people have thought about. You're still using solar, but it's where you use the solar and how. I know it sounds kind of whatever, but you'll understand once I release it. I can't release it yet because I'm literally opening a company based on this principle. So, but that's solar. That's
Understood.
a whole other story,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Don't let me hold you up. Do what you need to do.
So,
I'll
okay, so
stand down.
I'm going to apologize to everybody here. I can't do a live demonstration. I've got the coil system almost set up, but for the life of me, getting my batteries off of my scooter trailer, I'm having nothing but troubles. So I'm gonna have to reschedule for a live, but when I do it, I'll have the whole thing set up. So you guys come on, you could see it right then and there live with my hands waving around so that you know it's live. But other than that, all I can do is play the video and explain to you what it is that I'm doing, give you kind of a background on the tech that I've been working on. And then maybe that'll give you enough of a base to have some sort of an understanding of where my head's at with what I believe and what I've seen. Does that make sense? I know it's a disappointment. And go ahead, give it to me. I'll take it. I didn't produce. Okay. I apologize to everyone. I can take my licks. Go ahead. Just being honest. So that's where we're at. And I understand what you said prior. Every time we go to see something, something happens. He's not going to produce 99%. I understand where your head's at, identity. I totally do. But I'll prove you wrong when I have it all set up for a live demo. My issue is that I was trying to do a tutorial on this machine for the lighting in order to give to everybody for this show. I was almost done and I screwed up on my editing. So I had to redo one of the parts and I left everything open on my desk. Otherwise, it would have been easier for me to get set up for this demo. So That's where I'm at right now. I don't know if you guys even want to continue. It's entirely up to you. Is there a delay?
No delay.
Just what? I stunned you guys, or what the fuck?
Yeah, I was just on mute. I said I was going to stand down. You guys go ahead. Talk whatever you got to talk about. I'm watching.
All right, all right. So when it comes to this tech, what I've done is the little box that's lighting the lights. We're gonna put that aside for now. What you guys wanted to know about was the coils. Okay, so I'm gonna discuss that. And what I've done is I took geometrical shapes and I've wound um, bifilar bipolar coils. They're wound 180 degrees out of phase, so they're like bucking coils, except there's a little more to it than that in the way that they work. They're not just like a solenoid coil or a regular transformer. There's certain instabilities that electrical engineers do their best to get rid of when they're making electrical circuits. Like one being the Miller effect. It's like a resonance that's created within the circuit when things aren't going quite right, and it creates like a overcapacitance in the circuit, and it'll blow shit up and cause problems. I want that. I use that. Just like the skin effect, I use that as well. And that produces a dichotron instability, which is like two plasma sheaths that go past each other in opposite directions. How's that created? Well, it's kind of created through the skin effect itself, because I use high frequency DC pulsing. And when all those instabilities that electrical engineers are trying to get rid of come together, it creates a back electromotive force that I would say is about 98% of the primary. That's not free energy. But when you um, dump all that into capacitors in series and then release it in parallel, I'm able to pull so much energy out of there. It's I haven't measured its capability in full. And I've been mapping this for about 10 years now.
Real
So,
quick, do you track voltage, current, or
yep,
both during that pulse?
absolutely.
Pulse,
Absolutely.
and what do you get for power levels?
So, I could give you a small example. I built multiple different coils, and one of the coils I built is called a UFO coil. It kind of looks like a starship coil or a rodent coil, but it's not. Its geometry is completely different. So I pulse in 12 volts and I get out 587, give or take. And I'm lighting a 4 panel LED bank that takes 110 volts, 1 amp to light each panel. And there's 4 panels lit. They're lit to about 80% of their lighting capacity. And I'm getting all that voltage as well. And the wattage is, I believe it's 14 watts on all that. And that shows on the meter their production.
At 500 volts?
Yeah. No, I'm getting 500 volts out on top of the LED bank lighting, and it's only pulling 14 watts to do all that. So again, I still need to put a meter on the back side so that you can see how much I'm getting out rather than in. But it lighting the LEDs, all the excess voltage and the wattage in leads me to believe that there's more to it than just a really efficient motor. So I'm using like a so that being said, that was the UFO coil. Now the big coil that let's see, where is it here?
Well, one second before we move off the topic. So when you're checking these levels, these voltage and current levels, what are you using?
I'm using a watt meter for my input. I'm using voltage meters to find what volts I'm pulling on my output, and the LED bank is running directly as a load.
So, how are you capturing it though? I'm wondering how you're going to see that without using an oscilloscope, because you're talking
Oh,
transient. You're
oh, I'm
talking a
sorry.
pulse, so it's
I'm
not continuous. So it's not going to take averages. If it averages it out, it's going to average to zero essentially. So
well,
that's why if you want to take a snapshot of that pulse and then find out what that pulse is, you got to be looking at the transient of that, right? You can't just like
Okay.
put a
well,
voltmeter on it.
I'm capturing it in capacitors. It goes to ferrite core, right? That's wrapped with 120 wraps of copper. Then it goes to a full wave bridge rectifier. Then there's a capacitor on that full wave bridge rectifier. Then I'm got it going to the voltage meter. Does that make sense?
But is it not coming from the coil though?
Yeah, it's coming on the outside of the coil.
So in essence, you're taking power, putting it into a system, you're putting it into a coil, then that coil is dumping to a capacitor.
That coil is creating a spin that's dumping it into multiple pickup coils on the outside that dump it into capacitors, and then I can pull my loads from there. So the coils that I build push longitudinally outwards, and I collect that. It also
I'm
actually
sorry. I think Mr. Elie had a question. I don't know.
Dr. Elie, that you have a question?
Oh,
I think you still
can,
said
Okay.
can you hear me? Oh,
yes, we
Yes.
can.
Yes.
okay. Chris, can you please show my schematic? I can show you the exact system I'm using. You can see it now. Okay.
All right. I see an
If please,
oscilloscope.
if you
That's
can
good.
put the slides I prepare for this live stream, so I will explain what I'm doing, and I will make a live test
Can
for
I
you,
can I
free
do
for
it?
you. Okay.
Okay. Can I do it a little bit later so that we finish with Gerald first then?
Okay, no problem.
Uh, Gerald, you're still around. Go
Yep.
on, please. Yeah.
Was there a question identity from that?
I was
Uh,
just making sure I'm following the where the energy is going. It's going
So
from
I'm
your
not.
input to
Yeah,
the
I'm not using
coil, then to
MOSFETs.
the capacitor.
Okay, so I'll explain the setup. I'm using a function generator that goes to a transistor. It's an E13009L, and I pulse from there to my primary, and then my secondary gets pulsed as well in the second channel, and I get constructive interference from that, as well as
Wait,
all those
wait. You're
instabilities.
pulsing your input and your output?
No, okay. Let me start again. I
Yeah, I thought that's what
pulse.
I heard.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. When I explained it prior, I was talking about the bigger coil. It's a different circuit. The UFO coil, I'm pulsing my primary through 13009L. It's a transistor. And there's a second transistor that goes to the secondary of that geometrical coil, pulsing both the same frequency at 10% duty cycle, and it's creating a constructive interference along with all the instabilities that I've talked about. That pushes the energy outside of the coil where I have ferrite cores on the outside that are wrapped with 120 wraps of copper wire that go to a full wave bridge rectifier with a capacitor that goes to a voltmeter. The input goes directly from the battery to a watt meter, then to the circuit itself. So you can see the full input, and then I'm getting all my volts on my meters, plus the LED bank that runs. I got a video of it.
Yeah, it's I'm not gonna lie, it's rather hard to understand the combination that you're using without actually seeing it. But
Well,
I
I can.
guess what intrigued me was the pulsing the input as well as the device that's tied to your secondary coil. Uh,
Well, they're made
yeah,
in
that's
geometrical forms at 180 degrees out of phase. So when I pulse the primary, it creates an echo in the secondary and then it echoes back. That's the best way of explaining it to people that don't quite see what I'm talking about. I've explained this to physicists that have a hard time getting it until they see it in operation. And then they kind of
yeah, I would love to
understand.
see it in operation.
Absolutely. I will do a live demonstration. Like I said, that's my bad. I'll take the lick for it. Yeah. You know what? I'm not going to lie to you, your audience, or anybody. I completely forgot I said I was going to do a live demo. And I had put together these videos and was going to do an explanation. So that's my bad, like I said. But I will absolutely do a live demo. I'll put the 12 batteries on the outside with the pickup coils. I'll show you exactly what I'm doing. I'll explain it in detail. I'll show you the input, and you'll get the output, of course, from all the charging. But I don't know how to, and this is something I could even ask you, Infinite or Identity. I don't know how to measure the current going to 12 separate batteries from my coil, my vortex coil. I don't know how to measure that current because it's charging 12 batteries and it's only coming off one battery and I can see the input, but how do you gauge the output?
Well, I that's why I said it's going to be hard to see a lot of this without an oscilloscope. You're talking about transient um, energy, so I don't if you don't have one of those to actually just kind of pick
I
off what you
do.
need, I don't.
I do. I
So
actually I pick up a
and if the
sine wave.
batteries are all the same size, you could probably tap it at the common node and just do some simple division,
Yeah,
because it's just Kirchhoff current law. So you
true.
can get that common node, that's feeding all of them if they're all the same size, assuming they're all the same
They
size.
are. They are. Yeah.
So that you could probably do a good guesstimate like that,
Okay.
but again, we're talking about a pulse, so you're gonna
I
need
know.
something that's gonna pick off the max, whatever it spikes to, it holds on to that, but it's not realized. So, I'll tell you where I'm struggling. I
Okay.
know the pulse exists, but it's not realized as far as a continuous. So, um, if you keep pulsing too fast, right? Because you wanna get them pulses as close as you can to try and pick up as many as you can, that's where the heat comes in. Because I mean, you're moving around a lot of charge
Ah,
really fast, it's not designed to do that.
yes,
Like,
but
there's a physical limitation to that.
that's where most people drop off when it comes to this explanation. I am switching so fast on my rise time and on my fall time that I'm not allowing the heat to cycle through at all. And it actually forms pyroelectricity, turning the heat into voltage itself. I
Well, the
can
heat
actually,
it has to travel from somewhere, though. It has to pass through some metal somewhere in your
yeah,
hardware.
absolutely. But try and consider this. When I pulse this vortex coil and it creates spin, it's pushing it out to the outside. So because it's pushing it out to the outside in equilateral spaces all the way around, it's like dissipating the heat all in one pulse. So there's never a chance for the heat to build up in the coil. I've never had my coils get hot. In fact, I've put an infrared camera on it and it shows that it's colder than the environment.
What's your frequency?
I can go as low as 1 hertz to as
Oh, that's
high
nothing.
as,
Yeah, what's your highest frequency?
oh geez, the highest I've went was 900,000 hertz, I think. And
Point 0.9
collected.
megahertz.
Uh,
Point 0.9 megahertz is,
close. Yeah, I know.
I don't know if that's stressing anything. I don't know. I would have to see the data sheet for the coil to even know if that's you might not even be stressing the coil, like, with that frequency, you might not even be stressing that
Probably
coil.
not. My ohms on the coil is 0.06. Does that make sense?
The
Point
ohms
zero
on the
six
coil?
one. Yeah,
That's the DC, that's the resistance on that?
that's the resistance on the coil. Yeah, there's very little resistance. I have a coil that has zero resistance. Like it won't even be picked up by a LC meter. Doesn't make sense to me.
What are you pulsing it with again?
The which one? The one that has zero resistance, or the one we're
Well,
talking about?
no, just input, your input. You said you're pulsing your input. What are you pulsing it with?
Generally, I start at 1,000 hertz, and then I start playing from there, going up or down.
What
What
device? I'm sorry. The hardware. What's the hardware?
the coil? You mean?
No, like how are you turning on and off? What are you
Oh,
turning
oh,
on
oh.
and off?
I'm sorry. I'm using a function generator, and I'm pulsing a transistor, and the transistor is E130009L. It's a very high
Well, the
frequency
function
transistor.
generator is driving it. Okay.
Yeah, but now I've achieved to the point where I can turn the system on, get it running, light the LEDs, shut the function generator off. The magnetic field disappears, the electric field disappears, and no RF field is produced whatsoever, but the light's still running and the battery starts charging. Haven't figured that one out yet.
Well, I
But
mean, that depends on your storage devices. Your coil storage is stores energy, and your caps are storing energy.
that's
So
true.
any battery that's tapped off of that, it's an RC time constant. So it'll eventually dissipate. But that depends on the capacitor, dissipating
Well,
how fast that's happening. All
I,
that can be calculated.
I had it running for an hour and it kept going up point of a volt within that hour. I don't know, every 10 minutes or so. I got that on
So
video.
if I were you, I would try to calculate how much, like if you're going to turn this thing on for, let's say, 10 minutes,
Yep.
that's a timestamp, right? And then when you shut it off, see how long it lasts. You can, from those two time periods, you can go like back calculate like how much power is being dissipated, how fast
Oh,
they're
yeah.
draining. You can do all of that, but you
Yeah.
need to know how long did you leave that coil and them caps going, because you might have fully charged them, you might not have, who knows? But
Oh,
that's
I
what
see
I'm
what you
saying.
mean. You, in
Yeah, it might
comparison,
be storing
yeah.
up.
Okay.
Yeah,
I get what you mean.
storing up enough energy. You might have the caps running at 80%. Who knows? Whatever it is, you could probably calculate how long that could last, depending on how large that battery's pulling from those devices once you shut the main power off.
So you think
So,
I was in resonance at that point between the capacitors and the battery and the coil?
I mean, there's an LC. I mean, it depends on how you configure it. If they're
Yeah.
parallel, I don't know how you.
Yeah,
I
my
have to
circuit's
see it.
different. I'm not going to lie to you. I use an NPN and I run it negatively through the coil. I don't wire it normally. I pull the load through the circuit, not through the coil.
Yeah, I would need to see a schematic.
Yeah.
It's that's it because that's a unique. If it's that unique, I would. It's kind of hard to really say much about it until
I
I
have
actually
a
see the
schematic
schematic.
for the circuit itself on my channel. If you ever get a
Oh, you
chance to
do?
look. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Can you?
Yeah, but MTEX is a little different. I don't he uses linear how do I put that? Use topological linear energy. If that's, I know that's such a dumb term and it's probably not even a real term, but his coil system is completely different. He uses bucking coils, but he pulses on a ferrite core. I have an open core, and my coils are completely different. Kind of the same principle, though. I don't know, not quite. He says he's running um, wireless energy. I don't know about that. I mean, I'm collecting energy on the outside of the coil,
Can I?
but
I don't know. I don't know
wireless.
if I can be able to convince him to showcase this one day, maybe next week, because I got in touch with him and he replied my emails finally. So I tried to see if I can try to convince him he comes to if he can be able to show it live.
I understand the circuit. I understand his work. And you know what? I applaud anyone who's doing experiments. I don't know if I buy the whole free energy Wi-Fi thing. That's just me. And I'm not saying that I'm 100% guaranteed that I have free energy. I believe I have something that's very interesting and very out of the norm that needs to be looked at by a team of
So
individuals. It's not what I'm doing is outside of the realm of normal 100%. And I was directed to do it. I just it's again, like I said, it has to be looked at by a team. Go ahead.
if I ask you like which day are you sure you can be able to showcase it?
Yes,
Just give us a day.
absolutely. You pick the day and I'll be there.
No. I want you now to pick. I want you to pick the day today, this time, so that you don't forget. But for me, I'm okay with Wednesday, and I'll be
Okay,
going to do Wednesday and Friday next week.
let's do it Wednesday because I know Identity is probably chomping at the bit, going, "This guy's full of shit, man. I want to see his stuff." And I get it, dude. I do. So let's do it Wednesday.
You are sure 100% sure you'll be able
Hundred
to
percent, 100%. I'll have it set up on the
same time
desk
as
waiting.
today,
Same time as
Wednesday.
today. You got it.
Wait,
You got it. That was my bad. Like I said, I screwed up. So I'll take the hits. What do you do? I can't be perfect all the time. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Nothing. You guys have no sense of humor today.
No,
And
I
you
just had my mic on mute. My bad.
It's all good. I'm far from perfect. That was a serious joke, okay? Just saying.
you had a video which you said that you want to share.
Oh, yeah, we can actually. I could show you the one that's in resonance that shuts off the. Sorry, shuts off the frequency generator and the magnetic field disappears. I can show that. Let's see if it'll let me share it this time. It didn't let me share last time. I think I got it. Can you see it? Electromagnetic. Okay, so
Here's what I got. Same circuit.
what you're gonna see here is this circuit that you're seeing in front of you is two 13009Ls. They're transistors. I'm pulsing the primary and the secondary in this coil, and it's being pulsed from a function generator that's off to the left. This light you see is connected to the little capacitor bank in this circuit, and that's the load. I'm pulling the load through the circuit, and then when it rushes back to the battery, it's rushing through the coil back to the battery. So I'll show you how this
Okay,
operates.
slightly. Modified Joule Thief to the primary, modified Joule Thief to the secondary. Our power source are these AA batteries. There's 8 of them, equals 12 volts. This meter goes to this cap bank, and this cap bank is going to go to this light. You guys have seen all this before, no big deal. What I'm going to show you is resonance after I shut off the function generator. Okay, so let's turn this on. So we got our LED light running off of these AA batteries. We got 11 volts in this induction pickup coil. We got 72 volts, 62 volts in this cap bank. This cap bank is running that light. So let's see what happens when we shut this off. Will it go into resonance or not? Okay, so now it's in resonance. The function generator's off. There's no signal going to it. It's literally just resonating. The light's on maybe at about 30%. We got 10.9 volts in that cap. And this is settling, so I can't say what's staying in this cap bank yet. We'll look at that in a second. But this is the voltage coming out of the AA batteries to run this 110 watt light at 30%. So it goes down.
So okay, basically what I wanted to show there is shutting off the the function generator and it's still running. So that was my point of that video. But that wasn't the one that I wanted to show you that um, ran to 0 on the meter. Are you still there?
Yep.
Okay, so I'm trying. I thought I had it queued up here. Here's the UFO one. Sorry, I should have been better prepared for you guys. So yeah, basically that video just showed the fact that I could shut off the meter. Let's see. I think this is the one.
Custom actions let you extend.
Okay, so I'm basically just setting up that video in the background. But that was to show that I can shut off the function generator and it would still run. The other one that has the watt meter in it, I think I've got it queued up. Nope, it doesn't have the watt meter, but it does show that the electromagnetic field shuts off. I don't know if you guys are interested in seeing that or not.
No, Ami has come, Chan. Ami. So there's a. I don't know if you can see darkness comment says that it is amazing. But what will be pretty cool will be demonstration practically.
What would be the practical use of this system? Is
No,
that what
no, you showing it practical. Let me read his comment. Says that whichever approach is used, it will be great to see it being demonstrated practically.
absolutely, absolutely. Um, the fact that this system's magnetic field disappears and its electric field goes low as it's producing power kind of makes my head twist. And I'm pretty sure I have a good thumb on how it's working. But again, this is going to need to be run by a team because I've gone on to APEC, which is called the Alternative Propulsion Electrical Conference, and I've done small demonstrations on there. And there was a gentleman from NASA by the name of Curtis Horn. He was very interested in doing the math on it to show the in and the out and whether or not it was actually free energy. But at that point, he still didn't quite understand how it worked as well. So that's kind of where I'm at with that. I don't know if you want me to show you that other video where the magnetic field disappears or not. I know there's another gentleman waiting patiently, so that's entirely up to you. Yeah, would you like to see that one more video and then I'll let this other gentleman take over? Or okay, it's go ahead. Okay, I'll do this last video, this quick explanation, and then I'll let him take over. That way, he's not waiting for me. Yes, I'm not going anywhere. I'm just trying to show you. Awesome, Mosfets are awesome. Okay, so just as a setup for this video, it's the same coil. I call it a UFO coil because it has a cavity on the inside that's open, almost like a Casimir cavity kind of thing. What you're going to see is this EMF meter. It's a tri-field meter. And I'm going to show that when I turn the light on and shut the function generator off, the magnetic field disappears. So here we go.
Here we go. We're going to show you a video on resonance. We're only pulsing the primary. We're only going to pulse it for just a few seconds. This is what the battery's at. This is at 0. This pickup coil goes to a full wave bridge rectifier and then to this meter here. This is our tri-field meter, and as you can see, there's really no field on, nothing on. This light's off, right? It goes to the end of the circuit,
And we're going to turn it on and let's see what happens. 3, 2, 1. As you can see, our magnetic field is pinned. Let's go to the electric field. Not so much. Radio frequency, not so much. Magnetic field is pinned. Batteries are 12.36 and the inside cap's at 537. So let's shut this off. The magnetic field's down to nothing. The battery's still at 1236. And look, the cap's at nothing. There's no magnetic field, no electric field, no radio frequency field. But yet, I'm using power. In fact, my battery's now at 12.36. Interesting. That's the magnetic field. What I meant to say was the battery's still at 1236. So there, I showed you how when you turn off the function generator in this setup that the magnetic field disappears, but I'm still producing a load. So that was my spiel, and I'll stop sharing. Wednesday. Yeah, live demonstration. We'll take it from there. Very sure. I told you I'd be here, and that's why I showed up, because I gave you my word. So I give you my word. It'll be a live demo on Wednesday. I just apologize. I screwed up and forgot that I was supposed to do a live demo.
No problem. Hello, Dr. Elie, we have you. Again, he's switching off this. Or he lost connection. Anyone has a question for this person is saying that it is a toroid shape? I'm sure you can see his comment. Let me place it again. He's saying here it is. Dr. Elie, if you can be able to come back, I don't know, issue with your internet. Do you see the question of what is? No, it's not even a question.
Yeah, it's just a comment. Yeah, the coil is a toroid shape. 14 Supersonic had brought that up. Yeah, it's a toroid shape, but it's not a toroid. It works completely different. All right, and the doctor's back, so I'll shut up now. Thank you for your time, guys. Again, I apologize for the lack of the demo, and I'll fix that on Wednesday.
Okay, I'll be waiting. You want to say something, ID, or what? I see you are raising your hand, or you are saying goodbye
That was
to.
actually saying goodbye. Yeah.
Well, thank you for coming, Identity. I apologize for wasting your time, and we'll hopefully see you
Cool.
again.
Yeah. I'll be hanging around.
Awesome.
Hey, Dr. Elie, we are ready. We are rolling. I don't know if you can be able to hear me. You hear me? He's laughing. Oh, I see. Sorry. Hey, Dr. Elie, we are ready. We are rolling. I don't know if you can be able to hear me.
Yes, I hear you, but do you hear me?
You hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we hear you. Can you, if you are
But
watching us on a.
it seems that you does not hear me.
Sorry. Are you listening on another device? If you are listening on another device, can you do a loud on not volume on another device?
There is interferences.
Are you listening on another device? If you are listening on another device, can you
Close the window with the video on it. It'll stop echoing.
Already here or not?
I close. You say
I will
what
shut
is?
down this.
I think he opened.
Okay.
Initially was okay. Then I think he
Okay.
did another device. So
Gerald, may I ask a question?
Absolutely. Yep.
What is exactly the equivalent serial register of your coil, please?
You have to repeat that. I'm sorry. What is the. You'll have to repeat that. I'm sorry.
This is the voltage coming out of the.
He says that you have to repeat the question. Are you able to hear us? I think he's not.
I think there's a delay.
But he was okay. I don't know what happened.
I, there is no.
We can hear him. I don't think that there's a delay.
Uh,
Do you hear us?
I can't hear you. Sorry. I will try.
Or if there is delay, that will mess up. You can't. Are you able to hear? That one will mess.
Absolutely. Yeah. What is exactly the equivalent serial register of your coil, please?
The exact.
You have to repeat that. I'm sorry.
What was the question? Leroy is saying that what is the question? So is the
What
name?
is the equivalent serial register of your coil?
The stereo register?
He says that you have to repeat the question.
Yes. Yes, I repeat the question.
Are you able to hear us? I think it's not.
I think there's a delay.
Yes,
But he was okay. I don't know what happened.
what is exactly the equivalent serial register of the coil?
I think that is delay.
The stereo register of my coil?
I can't hear you. Sorry.
I think he's saying cereal. I think.
Oh. Okay. It's hand built by me. There is no other coil like this. It's a special hand woven coil that I built personally. I've built over 203 different special geometrical coils. If
I think
that
it means,
answers your question.
I think it means the resistance of your coil.
The resistance of this coil, the resistance of this coil is 2 ohms.
Okay. Okay, you see, what what you can do, I don't know if you can be able to leave, then I'll bring him back. You'll be able to if I've put you on the background. Doc- Dr. Elie, can you be able to leave and rejoin? Can you be able to leave and rejoin again afresh? But I think he meant the resistance is 40 supersonic say that he was talking about serial resistor, or the serial number of the resistor. The first time when he joined, he was okay, but I don't know what happened. He left, and when he came back, he has a delay. Are you able to hear me? If you are able to hear me, please can you leave and rejoin again?
Yeah, he's gonna have to leave and come back because his delay is
I
terrible.
don't think that is hearing me at all.
It'll get to him in about 10 seconds.
But I know you wanted to share about MOSFETs. I don't. I think he muted also the other one. He's not hearing at all, and I don't have his WhatsApp number, so I can't call you. Let me just read some. But ID, what do you think about the code that he just presented?
I can barely see. You're talking about what's on the screen, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I can barely see it, but um, I'm sorry, I was in the background trying to find a link myself, so I was halfway paying attention. I apologize. Who's sharing?
Gerald is in the background at the moment, but he'll be able to hear you. He'll be able to hear you.
So you said you are using a MOSFET. No, I see on the screen update on MOSFET as a switch.
No, 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 no. That one was from the doctor. That was from the doctor.
That's where I'm confused. Yeah, I was like, wait, that's what it says on the screen. So sorry, I apologize. I honestly, like I said, so if you're going from a battery, excuse me, I'm coughing here. So if you're going from a battery to a coil to a capacitor, shut it off and let the coil and the capacitor, there could be some resonance there. Bounce that energy back and forth between the two if it's in an LC configuration like a loop until it dissipates. Um, that eh, again, that's very typical. Like I wouldn't. So my first question would be, I think someone asked, what's the application? Because the energy that you put in there is like that's just energy from the battery you could have sent over straight to wherever your load is. Like, so what's the benefit? But you won't get a capacitance higher than that single battery. Like you're not gonna fully charge 10 batteries off one battery. Like that's the battery has a certain milliamp hour. It has a rated milliamp hour. A capacitor, same thing. Again, that's fine. Well, a lot of times these setups, I'm not gonna lie, not just you, but I've seen where they use such large batteries. Yeah, it's gonna take a while. If you simplify the setup, like to where it doesn't take 5 days for it to dissipate a battery, like that means your battery's good, right? You have a really large capacitance on that battery. Okay. So, but you can calculate that and say, hey, I put this much in, I got this much out. That also can be calculated, but the test itself is going to run a long time if you got a really high capacity battery. But you're not going to get more than what you started with. So it's going to split that up. So you're not going to fully charge those. You can't fully charge those batteries unless total wise the sizes are the same. Like, it totals up to that single source battery. Like, mhm. Let- let's put it into like very, very simplistic terms. Let's say you have a battery. It has a million electrons. and you're charging 10 batteries off of those million. Each one is going to get 100,000, right? Ideally. Each one is going to get 100,000, right? 10 batteries, each get 100,000 from that 1 million source. You're not going to get more than that, is what I'm saying.
See,
Right, it's not linear once you start talking about putting stored energy into a coil, right? Like I get that part of it. I was just simplifying it to say you start out, the most you're going to get at the end is what you started out with, right? Like that. So if you put it into the coil and you convert that from battery and put it into the coil, you're going to lose something. There's going to be so even if it's highly efficient, you're still going to lose something to heat, maybe something. Just maybe 99. Let's say you get 99% of what you put in. Now you're putting it into capacitors. Now you're splitting it. So unless those lines are lossless, because those lines are resistors technically, even though those contacts, every time you tap off, that's a parallel connection, right? Now the more you have, ideally it would be zero, like the loss in that if you have like an infinite amount of taps in parallel, those lines, the resistance on those lines would essentially total to zero. But in reality, there's losses there, and now you're going back from the battery to not battery, back from the capacitor, as you said, the resonance going back to the coil. So again, it's going to dissipate. It's going to actually die out at some point. That's the realistic part. I don't think you disagree with that,
Nope, no, I
or
don't
do you?
disagree.
Okay.
Nope.
Yeah.
It's
So
a matter of doing the measurements and the timing to see whether or not I actually have free energy, or if it's like you said, a super efficient system. You're
right,
absolutely right.
right.
Yeah,
If it's super efficient, that's still important, right? Like I'm
sure.
not saying don't do it because it's not 100%. Nothing's 100%. But if it was 85, 90s, I mean, anything's
Well,
better than not having anything at all. I get that part of it.
mhm.
So I agree with, the idea is good. But again, I would love to see the demo.
Doc,
So
Absolutely.
Doc, Elie.
Okay, so we have the doctor back. I'll dip out.
No, not it. I think I think he's using the microphone. He connected the microphone on the phone, and maybe he can't be able to hear us because the voice is going towards to the microphone. I don't know if you understand.
I do. He's got
So
to
I don't
switch.
know how can we be able to get to him. If he can be able to remove the microphone, I'm sure he can be able to hear us. But now he switched off the other device, so he can't hear us.
So I have a question, identity. What is undeniable proof of free energy? What would that look like for you, so to speak?
more power out than in.
Yeah, I get that. That's it. More,
And no, that's not it. I let me finish. So solar panels, that's free energy to me. But
yeah, I get that.
again, that's free energy. And I had to really think about this because sometimes when I have these conversations, there is no, free energy is this and that it, and that's it. Well,
Yeah.
technically solar panels, that's free energy because you captured it, you converted it, so you started from nothing, right? You didn't source that, the sun did. So that's free energy. And same thing with a windmill, or same thing with like a waterfall. Like this is all energy that you convert to electrical. That's free energy. But
Yep.
when you start talking about having systems that you create and it's putting out more power than you put into it, that's free energy as well, but they don't exist. And
Well,
then the claim is I have system that takes less energy and puts out more than I put into it. I would love to see it.
I'll do the demonstration, but there are videos on my channel that lights that LED bank, which is like I said, 4 amps, 110 volts, plus puts charge into capacitors at 0 watts on the input. Still can't explain
I
that.
don't know what that means. Yeah, I don't know what that means. I mean, and also too, you know what? I wish I didn't reboot my system because I had something set up actually. I wanted to show it actually when Lloyd came up here because I have found the flaw in his theory with his own videos, but I wanted him to see it
So
live because I wanted a real reaction from him.
yeah,
But so I think I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait until I see him up here, so it'll be a real live. Okay, you're gonna have to explain this because you explain to me how you read this wrong. I want him to just experience it because it's his videos. I don't want to just
yeah,
trash the guy up
and
here.
I don't want to yap about it either. I know I had mentioned that I had done something similar, but it's not like what he's doing. And there's more out than in. No, it's something you could use to charge a small battery at night, maybe, but you're not getting. You have to use power to get power. It's not. It's more
Yes,
like
that's
it's more like robbing from Paul to pay Peter and Mary, but you still have to pay Paul later. You know what I
yep.
mean? So yeah,
I
I
got
get
you.
it. Yeah, that's how
So
I.
that's what I wanted to not just say it. I wanted to show it. So it's not just me just talking mess up on a panel.
Yeah, I get
But at the same time, there's a flaw, and it's not me being disrespectful to him either, because this is how we actually understand things in science. Like, look, show me what you're doing so we can talk about it. I could be wrong, you could be wrong, but if you start talking about violating laws of physics, you're the only one that's if you do this, you change the world. So this is very
Well,
important that we understand what we're looking at before we jump out the window and say, "Hey, this is free energy."
I
Slow
have
down.
I have to disagree with you though. Just
Okay.
because you just because you have something that's phenomenal doesn't mean you're going to change the world. The world has to want to change, and not everybody
Well,
wants free energy.
this
A
goes
lot of
along the
people
lines of
get involved.
selling it though. This
Yeah, well,
goes along
that's
the
just
lines
the
of
thing.
selling it.
That's why I
If
don't
you
sell
have
it.
a method of if you have a method of getting more out than you put in, you can do a lot of things with that. Now the world doesn't have to be ready for it, but if it exists, it exists. Like
That's true.
you don't really need a scientist to bless it. You don't. All you have
Well,
to do is show it. That's it. Like but the part of the criticism is or part of the critique. I don't want to say criticism.
yeah, no, I get
Critique
it. I can
is
take
part of
criticism.
but that's part of, the whole science. That's part of it. Like, you got people that understand this stuff years into the field, and they're looking at it like, "Wait, yeah, it's not what you think it is." And I picked it up immediately because, like I said, I'm a stickler for the terms because that tells me you studied something. You didn't just do a Google search, and now
No,
all of a sudden you know how quantum mechanics work. Like, whoa, that's not how this works.
I've
You
been
know,
studying
like
this for a long time. Like I've had a conversation with Thomas Bearden and John Bedini. I don't know if you know who they are about this coil system. And there was a joke that was talked about in the background after I had asked my question. So it was interesting. It didn't prove anything, but I've talked to lots of people about this system, trying to get a better understanding of what I've been shown. Like there's videos on my channel that shows me floating a coil above a magnet for a watch with a watch battery, and I can control the lift, whether it goes up, down. I can make it hop. I can make it slowly come down. I have complete control over it. Um, it's not free energy, but it's a kind of a unique toy, if you know what I mean. Very efficient. I can make it
and
float.
that's okay. That's
Yeah,
okay. Experimenting, that's all right. It's like once it starts getting into the false hopes and selling somebody something that's like, stop doing that. That's not
you'll you'll
like
never see me sell anything.
you're trying to sell something,
I don't.
that bothers me. That bothers me because you're literally playing on the ignorance of those.
Yeah,
Which is not
absolutely.
a word, not a disrespectful word. It just means you're not learned in that discipline. Everybody doesn't know everything, but there are people that know certain fields from head to toe. If you go to a doctor, you want them to know everything they need to know before they start operating on your heart. If you find
Absolutely.
there's a mechanic, you're probably going to walk out that office because you want somebody that knows what the hell they've been doing and how long have you been doing it And how much experience do you have? Am I the first patient you ever cut open before? Like, these are very important things we stand on, but then to come in and say, "I don't need to study this stuff to know it." What?
Oh no, you have to study. Like when I started in this endeavor, I went back to school to take a physics course to make sure that I had the language, to make sure that I understood what was going on. It's unfortunate my education the way it turned out because of that's a whole other story. It's a history that would just make you shake your head. But um, yeah, I went back to school to learn the terms. And then I also pulled out every physics book I possibly could to try and understand the language and the terms and the different theories that are out there that would fit to the system that I've been working with. I haven't found one. I found about 4 different theories that fit the system, but they're a piece of every theory to make the system work. So I don't know. Like I said,
Yeah, I'm
you know,
more trying to understand because I don't know all of this stuff, but I mean circuit design, components, I know all that stuff. The
yeah,
mathematics and the theory and the semiconductor. I got trust me, I racked my brain learning that stuff just because it was fun to me. I was really, really a maniac, but I wouldn't
yeah,
recommend anybody do that kind of stuff
I
in that
love it
short of
too.
a period of time. But Chris, can you share my screen real quick? Are you there, Chris?
I did it from the other angle. My
Yeah, let me
education
let me
was
pull it up. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm listening.
my education was taking things apart, learning how they work, rebuilding them, adding amps together when I was younger. All that I had to learn on my own. The school that I went to, I'll give you just a quick background. I was in grade 11. I had some problems prior to that, got kicked out of my house. I was living in a tent for 6 months going to school because I wanted to get my grade 12. I got to the end of grade 11. I did the exam. I got 98%. The principal accused me of cheating. So we convinced him to put a teacher in the room and redo the test. I got 96. He kicked me out of school. Um, I found out later it was because of personal reasons. He thought I had sex with his niece. Didn't.
Jesus.
Yeah, but he went all the way. He had a doctorate in education, and not only did he kick me out of school, he wiped out my school records. So there are no school records for me whatsoever from grade 6 on. So when I went back to go get a physics course, I had to start back at grade 7 and do all those years just to get into grade 10 physics and then grade 11 physics. And I just couldn't do it. I had enough after a certain point. How many times do you have to redo education because of somebody else's attitude, right? I mean, I don't know. But that's why I went back to learning physics on my own. I read all the books. I've done over 10,000 tests. I got 8 binders of data on the work that I've been doing. And like you, all the YouTube free energy gurus, I've made almost every device out there. None of them worked. So that's kind of where I'm at. So
And
I'll,
the
I'll
grift goes on, unfortunately.
right? Unfortunately. And it's the ones that
Yeah.
put out the crap that get all the views and all the
Yeah.
money and the suckers that just line up to give them money. You'll never get
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Yeah. Shout out to Supersonic. I think he's one of them.
I don't want any money whatsoever. I want to give away what I can so that you build it and you experiment and you tell me I'm wrong because then I'll
Hey,
know.
hey, Chris, can you drop that comment off the screen? Because I'm gonna share. I'm not gonna play the video. I'm only showing the people where this video is. It's actually on your channel. It's called Loy Stovall Confirms Free Energy. That's the name of the video. You can go check it out. And in the comments, let me scroll all the way down. Sorry. I gotta scroll all the way down to the comments. So in the comments, I wrote this one. For the record, Lloyd is 100% wrong with discussing MOSFETs. The MOSFET does not create pulse AC current. It can only be switched on or off. There's nothing inside that generates AC signal. Converting to an AC signal is dependent upon the components you hook up to the MOSFET, like coils and all these other things, and playing with the duty cycle and parasitic capacitance. There's other things
Yep.
going on than just the MOSFET.
Yep.
So, of course, Chris responded, "Yeah, that's not what I was coming here for." Um, the good. What is his name? Is he a doctor? Joshua? Is he the guy with the paper? Right. So this is where I wanted to focus because this is what he responded to me. And this I wanted to bring this up because again, I'm a stickler for the language because that would tell me whether or not you do understand what you're reading or telling or talking about. And then that way we can converse at a certain level that like, okay, this isn't normal talk. Everybody doesn't talk like this. So you are not completely wrong. However, you're not absolutely right. I don't know what that means, but okay. Current in a constrained environment behaves differently and still in the line with mathematical and physical laws, Maxwell's equations. This is all jargon from his paper. There's a connection between quantum mechanics and electromagnetic waves. He goes through that, but then he introduces the MOSFET, a MOSFET within a rectifier stacked in a powerful way to demonstrate this, based on the influence of quantized energy, electric, and magnetic field, which originated the voltage in the case of where the input is a lot of jargon. I don't want to read all of it because it has some breakdown here. You can read it, go to the comment yourself. The MOSFET will take a unique voltage to close the circuit. The resistance within the material metal oxide has the ability to drain the current out of the voltage. That was a trigger for me because he's saying you're pulling the current out of the voltage. What does that mean? And there is no such thing as a metal oxide. I think he's reading this incorrectly. I know he's reading this incorrectly. I'll show you where. This trick is understanding when voltage picks and when it drains. The higher the frequency, he starts going into frequency. I don't know why he starts doing that. The secret, taking advantage of the spike that exists in the MOSFET and can now produce higher output for sure. See, he's talking free energy again. See, and that's what I'm paying close attention to. I'm trying to make sure, but he's focusing on the energy you get coming out. Now, I don't understand all this stuff. This stuff doesn't really make much sense mathematically, to be honest. Um, so my response, yeah. So my response, respectfully, by saying the resistance within the material metal oxide has the ability to drain the current out of the voltage, shows me you're not fully understanding how MOSFETs work. The gate does not drain current. There's a leakage current, but that is in the micro nanoamps. That is like just device property. It's a very small leakage, not even effective. You don't even need to calculate it most times. But the gate does not drain current. There is no metal oxide, as he called it. There is a metal that interfaces with an oxide, and this oxide is sandwiched between the metal and a semiconductor. That's why they call it a MOSFET, metal oxide semiconductor. That's where the name comes from. It's not a metal oxide, it's separate. And also, the minority charge carriers are created when an electric field created by the gate bias. That's the charges that collect at that gate, is when you put a bias. There's an electric field created across that oxide that pulls minority charge carriers. If you have a p-type substrate, p-type semiconductor, yes, it creates a sheet charge. That's what it creates, a sheet of electrons in this case for a p-type base. It'll create a sheet charge that will close the contacts from the source to the drain. That's how you turn it on. But again, the current does not come from the gate. There is no electromagnetic field created by this bias. It's an electric field that excites the electrons. The electrons don't move unless you put a bias on the drain. Like, get it's leakage current. It's very small. Like I said, micro nanoamps. It's very, very small. You can actually ignore it. Most times we do ignore it, actually, because it's so small. You're talking milliamps and amps. You're not worried about a microamp. You're not worried about a nanoamp. That's noise in this system. That's nothing. So you ignore it. Yes, physically there's a leakage current. That's what it's called. You can Google it. But the drain provides the current. Without that bias on that drain, the current doesn't move. The electrons just sit there and it gets attracted to the gate. It just sits there. So even if you switch on and off, there's no bias on the drain to move the current. So the energy is not coming from the bias on the gate. The moment you put a bias on that drain and move that current, there's your power. There is your power. There is no new energy in this operation. All of the energy you put into this MOSFET is when you power up the drain, not the gate. The gate just attracts and creates the channel, doesn't do anything else. It can't move current. It can only attract it to create the sheet. So I just want to make sure I was clear with how I broke it down. And also, Chris, this was a bonus. If you can't articulate how the energy bands bend at the interfaces, then you won't understand how current passes through the device. Energy band diagrams are what explains how the current moves within a MOSFET between the metal and oxide and the oxide and semiconductor. There's energy bands that bend and it dictates how charges move through the device. The metal to oxide, very, very low current, leakage current, very low current. But the oxide to semiconductor, in that semiconductor, there's a channel created. It closes the contacts between the drain and source. So it essentially creates a wire with a little bit of resistance, a little bit of resistance. And if you vary that gate, you're going to vary that resistance because it can get wider, it could get thinner, it could get wider, it could get thinner. So, yes, it is technically a variable resistor. When someone said that, he said, no, 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 that's not what it is. Actually, that's what it does when you vary the voltage on that gate. That's real. So hopefully he responds to this. So, I wanted to put that out there. So I know I'm not being disrespectful when I'm explaining this stuff. I just want you to know this is how it's understood in industry. So if you have something different than this, I'm willing to listen. I'm willing, but you must demonstrate because I can't really do much with words. You have to demonstrate that that's doing something different than we expect.
Okay.
So.
Let me.
So, any questions on that? I know it was a lot. Sorry, Chris. I know it was a lot. Gerald, I'm sorry.
I don't know. I'm trying to see if I can be able to get Dr. Elie in. I'm sure you can hear the noise. The noise is coming from his side. But now I don't know where he is.
Yeah, he's
He's
been
trying.
trying
I
for like
don't.
an hour.
The first time it was working. So I don't know what happened. Then it stopped.
I didn't say a MOSFET was a resistor. I said a MOSFET can be considered as a variable resistor because when you vary the bias on that gate, it changes the width of that channel, and that channel, the resistance in that channel varies based on how wide the channel is. You put more voltage, more charge carriers come to that interface. The thicker the electric sheet becomes, so that's less current. I mean, that's less resistance. If you actually turn it on, maybe point 0.2, zero point 0.3 volts, zero point 0.5 volts, you can literally see current creep up as you turn it on slowly. So the resistance on that channel is changing. So it's not an actual resistor, but it is acting as a variable resistor. It has the properties of that especially in the DC world. Well, yeah, when you put I wish I had it coming up, but when you actually switch it, when you're switching it, and this is where I get a little leery when people say you can make AC. So AC is alternating current, right? AC is alternating current. That means current is going one direction and then it goes to the opposite direction. It goes in one direction and then it goes opposite. It goes plus, it goes minus,
At,
like a sine wave, up, down, but it passes the 0 point. It
at
passes
Elie,
the 0 point.
just a minute. At Elie, we don't see you. We don't see you. You're supposed to be here in the middle. He's asking if you can see him,
Now we can hear you, can't see you.
and he
So
dropped.
when you put a switch on a gate of a MOSFET, when you hit it with a bias, let's say 5 volts, right? If it's an NPN, if it's a P channel, if it's an N channel device, you put 5 volts on it, it attracts electrons, creates a sheet, right? Now that is again, the current doesn't move till you put a drain bias on it, till you put a drain voltage on it, right? Yes, that means the drain is current, the drain is pushing current. That's what that means. You're turning it on and off. When you turn it off, does the current go back the other way? If it does not, then it's not AC. This is why I said switching does not convert to AC. You have to offset that bias so it's going like +5, -5, like, or not even +5, -5. The switching can go on and off. That's all you can do. The only way to change
No,
that current is to change the bias on the drain,
Ah,
reverse the
can
bias
you
on the drain.
hear us now? Can you hear us now?
Oh, there we go.
Are you able to hear us, Doctor Elie? Elie, you hear us? He's not coming. He's having a delay on his side. I don't know.
yes, I hear you.
Or I just let him to come in and go on with his presentation because of the
Do,
delays.
do you
Yeah, we could do that.
do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. Can we hear you? You want to go on with the presentation? You will hear like I think is
Say that again. Yeah. I'm here to listen and understand
and
myself. I'm waiting to hear something I never heard before.
Gerald. Gerald, before you go, there's somebody called
Yes.
Caleb. He was asking for your email in the. You can type it maybe in the chat.
Pl-
Dr. Elie, you can go on. We have you on the screen. You can go on. You can go on. I see you have interference in listening to us, so just go on.
yeah. Yes. Okay, but I need to have the full schematic on the screen, not part of the schematic, please.
You
I don't
have
know
to
if you.
scroll out a little. I think it's on your end, Mr.
Can you
Elie.
fix that problem? Ah,
That
great.
that
Excellent.
way.
No, no.
You're saying I scroll out a little,
There you go. A little better, but you can't see everything, unfortunately.
or let me switch to. I don't know. Can I switch to a browser?
Ah, excellent. Okay.
Drop the comment.
Okay. So I can explain what you are seeing. Okay. You see everything?
Yes.
Okay.
Somebody.
So on the okay, I explained in a previous. There is. Okay. I will shut down. I will shut down my computer. Okay. Okay. So you see on the upper right the power supply, which I choose to be 4 volts. Okay. And what you are saying is a LT Spice simulator, because I use this simulator to make experiments before going to the lab. Okay, so I explained in a previous video. You can see on the channel of the Chris channel that everything is free. LT Spice is free. The models are free, so you can play whatever you want with this kind of system. Okay, so I first designed a small DC to DC converter. I can show you exactly. Yeah, I prefer to energy in a coil. This is the reason why I asked to Gerald what was the equivalent serial resistor of his coil. Okay, I will explain what's going on. And mine is a very small inductance, only 45 micro. Yep, sorry, with a very, very small equivalent serial resistor. Okay, in order not to dissipate power, I will explain that everything dissipate power. And then you see a generator, a pulse generator on the left part, and you see a driver because my generator, I will show you exactly what kind of generator I use, is not able to properly drive the gate of the high power switching Mosfet. So I need just a small driver. You can see the power supply of this driver and the two MOSFETs, small MOSFETs used for this design. And I put two efficient MOSFETs in parallel in order to be able to drive a lot of current in the system. And the idea is to switch on and off with a certain duty cycle, this MOSFET. So the magnetic energy is built up into the coil. And then when we switch off the MOSFET, the voltage goes up and there is a diode and a capacitor that just rectify this voltage, and the load, which is here a pure resistor, to grab the energy of the system. Okay, can you skip the next slide, please? Okay, okay. There is a shift between my computer. Right. Okay, so you see, beginning with a 4-volt power supply that we we have got 33 volts. But I remember everybody watching this that the open circuit voltage has no interest because there is no load. The power delivered to the load is zero. Okay, so the voltage can go up to 30, 40 volts. And the simulator has got problems to predict the output voltage. You see that it's supposed to go up to 100 volts or something that like this. This is not real. Okay, the simulator is not able to properly compute the output voltage. So it's preferable because people usually talk about voltage, amps. I prefer talking about current, but amps is a unit for current. But if you make a measurement with your multimeter of the output voltage, the load is 10 mega ohm, which means the current is very low and there is no signification in this measurement. So I will put a load on the outputs. Please, Chris, can you go up to the next slide, please? Okay, I will wait just a second. So here you see that the voltage is completely different compared to the open circuit voltage. For example, okay, it's going on. So here the load is a 56 resistor, a pure resistor. I will show you just after. And the power now can be computed by the square of the voltage divided by the resistance, the classical formula. So now we are delivering 3.3 output power. Okay. So if you can go to the next slide, please. Okay, I'm waiting a few seconds because there is a delay between what you are doing. Okay, so the error of prediction was only 8%. So now the most important thing for everybody is to compute the yield of the system. I will explain multiple times that everything, every component dissipate power. A resistor dissipate power. If the current goes in or out, as it is the square of the current, it dissipate power. A coil dissipate power. This is the reason why I asked Gerald what was the equivalential resistor. Even a capacitor dissipates power. Transistors, Mosfet, diode, everything dissipate power. In the video on the Chris channel, I prepared for you, you can have the balance of power, which means that the power extracted from the power source is divided into losses in every component and active power delivered to the load. Okay, so I made measurements. I made measurements of the power delivered by the load, 3 or 3.3 watts, and I recorded the current coming from the power supplied by a dedicated integrated circuits. And as the voltage is 4 volt, you can compute the amount of power that the power supply delivered. And you got 4.4 watt. So the yield is 70%, which is a very modest thing. I, I was told that by some guy about my previous talks that I am stupid because I made some computation, and I replied that perhaps I am stupid, but what he thinks about hundreds or thousands of people working every day hard at Texas Instruments or analog devices, and they try to gain 1% of yield uh, coming from, for example, 94 to 95% to improve their integrated circuits. Are they also stupid guys? I'm afraid is wrong. Everybody tried to improve this yield. I made a first design in the talk on the channel. You can take a look. It was a very poor design. The yield was only 50%. So I make some improvement, and the yield is now 70%. And you can perhaps increase a little bit. Okay. So if you can go to the next slide. Okay, just to demonstrate that everything is dissipating power, I have acquired a thermal imager, so you can see the temperature of all the components on the board. Sure, the main components that dissipate power is the load, because 3 watts are flowing into the load. But you can see the coil, you can see the Mosfet, you can even see perhaps the wires, you can see everything which are dissipating power. So my conclusion will be for this DC to DC converter, because of the losses in every component, I'm losing a little bit of power in the cable from the power supply to the board, just because there is a resistance. Every time you have a resistance, you lose power. So the conclusion, perhaps you can go to the next slide. If, No, it's about nonsense. Oh, okay. One of the nonsense is expecting to have more power at the output that you gave at the input. But the input is not the generators that produce the pulses. The input, sorry, is power supply. Everything, every energy in the system comes from the power supply. So you have to properly measure the power we are grabbing from the power supply and compare it to the power that you are delivering to the load. Okay. So in my previous talk, you will have I will have the number. Perhaps Chris, can you go backwards to the previous slide? It's better for. Okay, thank you. So I will make a live demonstration. I will try to make a live demonstration. I'm not sure everything will work perfectly. Not for my system, but for the video. I have to. I don't know how to skip the. Okay, I will try it. If everything is fine. Do you see the setup here? I tried to have a real-time control, but sorry. I will. Okay. So I hope you see everything of the setup, the thermal imager. I will power it up. I just recall you what is the way we are working here. I described in my talk that everything was calibrated. I want to have measurements which are very nice measurements, so I calibrated everything so I can count on my measurements. I hope you see the thermal imager here. You see perhaps the generator. I use a duty cycle of 50%. You see the power supply, oscilloscope, and finally the board. Okay, and I hope you see. I don't see anything on my video. Yeah, I got a problem. Okay, do you see the multimeter? I can't hear you.
We see it. We can see it. We can see it. Yeah.
Okay, you see the multimeter?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so the power supply is off, and then I just switch on, and you see numbers here. Okay, and I use the eyes. Okay, and you can take a look at the oscilloscope. In blue, you have the pulses that I entered in the Mosfet. And when the voltage is low, the Mosfet is open circuit. And when the voltage on the gate is high, the Mosfet is on and the current is flowing in the coil. And then after you switch off and the current is decreasing in the coil and produces what what people explain as a spike. It is just a classical coil switching current, no problem with the coil. There is no magic things in the coil, and the coil dissipate power in this process because you switch on and off current. Okay, I will just try to show you the imagery here. Okay, you see probably in yellow this is a load resistor which is receiving 3 watts of power. Okay, and you can take a look if I'm right. You can take a look. Yeah, you see probably you see the power supplied and the current from the main power supply, the 10 volts power supply used for the driver, and the 5-volt used for current measurements. So I will stop this and I will try to put back the. I can't hear you. There is a problem in my system. I
You can
can't
hear me
hear
now.
you.
What about now?
No. Do you hear me?
Yes.
There's a problem somewhere. Have you seen the demo or not?
You have seen the demo. You have seen the demo. We've seen the demo. We've seen the demo. Let me see what people are saying. We saw the demo. We hear you, Doctor. We hear you. We hear you. We hear you. You're unable to hear me completely. Or what do you mean? I think there's a problem with this software. Maybe I should switch to StreamYard. Sometimes it has these problems. I don't know why.
Pourquoi j'ai pas de son? I will try to reconnect.
You're saying you hear?
Here, I thought you left.
Me? Still unable to hear us?
Do you hear me?
Yeah. Yes. I think it's a software issue because I have
Okay.
somebody else who's also unable to. He's saying that he can't hear. I have somebody else who also saying that he can't. He's unable to hear me. So I think it's more of. But you have, if you're listening, we have seen the demonstration. Even Scamchan was asking power in versus power out. So according to Dr. Elie, the power in versus power out, no way you get more power out. Yeah?
Yeah, he's actually, right. I mean, those little drops in even the wires. I think Gerald and I were talking about it earlier when you're splitting that power out or that current out to different taps. Like I think you said 10 batteries or something. Every wire, every piece of resistance on that line matters because I mean, it's a voltage drop, unfortunately.
Yeah, in the video that he was talking about, which he did, he said that he only got like you get a very slight increase in voltage in a MOSFET. The way Gerald and Lloyd describes it, he says that you get just a very like zero point 0.0 something, which it's not like useful. That's what he said. Not in today's video. There's another video which explained. Caleb, you're still asking for Gerald's email. Gerald is in the comment. I mean, he's in the chat section. He can be able to give you the email. Dr. Elie, if you can hear me, leave and join again. I think you'll be okay. And Tess, also leave and join again. You'll be okay. He's listening to himself.
Yeah, he's listening to himself.
Tess, is it okay now? I think there's a problem with this software sometimes. Because I also have Tess, is unable to hear me. Software problem. I don't know what to do. The other day I dropped people and I was dropping people and bringing them back then. But now also Gerald left, so I don't know what. They are busy saying that Japan sidewalks that give power while people walk. I heard about this. Is it true? Is it true? ID.
I don't
I
know.
heard that.
That would
I
be
heard that
cool though.
you have. Oh, you have never. I don't know if you have heard about it. That you see when you walk, you generate like the friction between your foot and your leg and between your foot and the asphalt,
Hmm.
or when you drive through. So I think I saw it somewhere. They say that they can be able to capture that energy generated from the friction of you walking and convert it
Okay.
to electricity.
Yeah, I don't know. That would be interesting though.
But I think it can only light bulbs and it's not something that can do like crazy things. Which is also something which the guy called Talk That Matters. He was talking about when
Okay,
breaking, which
so
I
we
think.
can go to the sorry. You can go to the next slide,
Okay.
please.
But he has a lot of delay
Okay,
on his
so
side. Huh?
I just uh, bring you some element to discuss about. Yes, I hear you.
He's way behind.
Yeah. If you hear us, just go on and explain.
There is a problem somewhere. But I can see properly. I can see. Uh, I'm waiting for. No problem. I can see the full page. Okay. So just to summarize, uh, you can see on YouTube a lot of people using an alternator and a motor and a gear, a flying wheel, or something like this, and they pretend to run the system by making a kind of loop between the input and the output, and they pretend to run the system and extract power from the system. everything is fake. It's completely fake. The reason why is just that losses in whole the system. There, when you transform mechanical energy into electricity in the alternator, you lose power. When you make the couple between alternator and generator, you lose power. When you use a motor, you lose power or something. So it's complete nonsense to claim that you can make an over unity system. It's so stupid that if you make this famous closed loop, and if you take, for example, an over unity equal to 1.2, which means that you're supposed to produce 120% more energy at the output that in the output. At first, if I enter 1 watt, I will output 1.2 watt, but this 1.2 watt will go back because of the loop at the input. So after a second step, you got 1.2 squared, which means 1.44 watt, and it's gone. If I take a third turn, I enter 1.44 multiplied by 1.2, and I got 1.76 watts. And if you continue the loop, everything is supposed to explode, because this is what we called a positive feedback. Usually, to stabilize the system, we use negative feedback, not positive feedback. Positive feedback is used to oscillate, to make oscillation, but in this case, there is no oscillation. Everything is fine for them, and they extract power, which is a nonsense for me, and I hope for a lot of people working in Texas Instrument and other companies. But the stupid things I've seen is a guy which tried to put an alternator on the wheel, on the back wheel of his car, and pretend to recharge the battery with the power extract from the wheel. It's completely stupid, because he grabbed a small amount of energy from his car, transformed this mechanical energy into electricity with a medium size yield, and then have to convert AC power into DC power to be able to charge, and we have to control the charge. So he will waste a lot of energy in this process. Okay, I try to figure out if I can see your okay. Okay. Also, free energy from system using flying wheels and springs and everything. It's a nonsense. ECAT technology was proved to be a scam, and all kind of stuff which are complete nonsense. Okay, I will ask a question for people which are aware of how a coil is working. Suppose that I want to build up, listen carefully, I want to build up magnetic power in the coil. You have seen that with one pulse, I can enter amps, few amps inside the coil. But my problem is now, what can I do if I want to build up? Which means that my power supply is limited, for example, to 1 ampere. I want to go up to 20 amps. So the question for everybody is, I have a first switch that connect my current source to the coil, because everybody is supposed to know that the coil is a current source and the capacitor is equivalent to a voltage source. So I switch on the current source. So 1 amp is introduced in the coil. And then I want to introduce more than 1 amp. So the question for everybody, how can I do this? You can put every kind of switch that you want, but there is something which is mandatory to do before switching the current generator. So my question is, what do you need to absolutely do to make the buildup of current? And I'll take a look at ChatGPT. I will explain also that ChatGPT has no sense of meaning. It does not know what things means, and is particularly not good in physics. Okay, so I tried to ask the question in at ChatGPT, and the answer was you have to change the coil, you have to change your current. Craps, only craps. Okay, so if someone is able to answer the question I have asked, he really knows how a coil is working. And my next, if Chris will agree, my next experiment will do exactly this kind of thing. I've made simulation on LT-Spice, so you have time to figure out what is the answer of my stupid question. And I will show you, I order new fats and new things, and I will show you how I can produce perhaps 10 amps, or I hope better. In my simulation, I was expecting to produce 20 amps, but I don't know exactly what the experiments, what kind of current I will get, and I will show you exactly how it works. So I will repeat eternally, power out. What kind of coil you can use? You can use transformer, you can use Tesla coil, you can use all kind of coil. I've seen a coil with 12 sub-coil or something like this. No problem with the coil. The problem is not the coil. The problem is that everything dissipates power in order to be running. So I repeat another time, the output power is always less than the power delivered by the power supply. Okay. So the next slide. Yeah, you are on the next slide. I take a look at a few source of energy, nuclear battery, which can last for 100 years, electricity from plants, all this kind of stuff works properly. I guarantee that everything works, but the density of power is very low. I've seen a guy which is supposed to power his system with the static electricity in the air. Okay, if you take a look at the field of this electricity, it is right. There is 120 volt per meter of voltage difference between the ground and 1 meter. But you are not. I'm sure uh, you didn't been hurt by this field. I hope you agree. Nobody has been hurt by this field. And the reason why is because to measure this voltage, even my Fluke multimeter is not able. You need an electrometer to make the measurement because the current is so low that a multimeter with 10 mega ohm of input impedance is not able to measure this kind of things. You need to have an electrometer with giga ohms of input impedance to make the measurements. Okay, and the same for power coming from the plants. With one plant, you can power a LED. You cannot power a house or a light bulb. The same for Earth's magnetic field. Chris gently pointed me a paper, a scientific paper in a peer review journal, showing that people are able to grab energy from the magnetic field of the Earth. But when you take a look, the voltage is only 100, no, 18, sorry, 18 microvolts, which means 10 to minus 6 volt. It's a very, very small, and the power in the range of nanowatts. So we are expecting improvement, but I want just to point out for you that this is the way we work in science. We patent if we can. It was my case, and after we published not on YouTube, we published on a peer review with independent reviewer, and we produce all the elements in order to other people to reproduce the experiments. This is exactly what the guys have done in their paper. They explain that the voltage is so small that just by putting two metals of different kind together and the gradient of temperature, you can have this voltage. So it's very, very difficult to make the measurements. So they decide to publish and to explain exactly how can you build the system. So they ask for other people to reproduce the measurements. Okay, and just about I was talking in a previous talk about neutrino power. I'm expecting that everything is not good for this because I found a thesis. I can give you the reference, and the flux of neutrinos is known. The interaction between neutrinos and matter is known. The energy of each neutrinos is known, and if you compute the power density, it's very low. The same. To go back to one thing which is important, the same if you make a coil to grab energy from radio frequencies. Okay, if you are very near to the radio station, you will get a small amount of power, but as long as you go away, the power is reduced to milliwatts or microwatts. And about people talking about this free energy and these waves, and so I engage them to buy what is called a spectral analyzer and to put an antenna on this spectral analyzer. This is just a machine that scan all possible wavelengths from your antenna, and you will see that the amount of energy is very, very small. So I'm afraid it will be difficult to grab sorry, a large amount of energy. Okay, you can ask me a question if you want on the. I will go back to the. Okay, thank you for your attention. I'm open to question. If you have other question, because I was challenged not to be able to talk about everything, but I can talk about X-ray imaging, CT scanners, gamma imaging, positron emission tomography with time of flight. I can speak about implantable device like pacemaker, brainwave recording inside or outside the skull. I can explain fluorescent imaging, DNA chip, protein detection, what's going on, all kind of stuff. Sorry, I can speak about these kind of things. We were discussing with Chris if something is interesting people, I can make a talk about all kind of things. Okay, so if you have some question,
Dr. Elie, if you're okay next time, can we do a live stream on DNA chips maybe? or those implantable devices, maybe the effects they cause on
I,
humans and all that.
I'm trying. I, I've got a problem with.
Live and live and
I
come
don't
back.
see in real.
Live and
It's
come back.
late. It's a little bit late.
Live and come back. It will be okay because we don't have many people in.
On
Live and
on. So, I, I hear you, but with a delay. You want me to? We previously decided to talk about car powered by solar energy. I
Test.
I,
Yeah.
you want me to? We previously decided to talk about car powered by solar energy. I, I, um,
Yours is now okay.
Or we have to discuss about the free energy things because I don't like the word free energy because we have to talk in the other way. Because, for example, let's see solar power.
Yeah.
So the
uh,
the solar power.
please, can you repeat what I'm supposed to explain?
No,
Implantable
I'm just.
devices, pacemaker.
Um, hello, are you hearing me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yes. The way we are talking about the free energy is totally wrong. We have to change the way we understand
But there's a lot of
how we.
background noise inside.
Hello.
There's a lot of interference on your side.
Now it's not hearable.
You see?
Are you hearing me?
Yes, but there's a lot of interference on your side.
No.
I will shut down this
Not yours.
better here. I will
Yeah.
put my earphone.
I was saying on your side, Tess. So talk that matters. Those saying that I know it is possible to
I,
have
I
what
put
works.
I put my earphone, so it's supposed to reduce interferences.
Um,
Yeah.
Dr. Elie,
The
Dr. Elie, I was saying maybe next week we can be able to do. You said that you can be able to do on DNA. If you can be able to do a topic on DNA, I don't know which topic we can be able to do on DNA, but you can be able to see a topic. Tess, I was saying that you have a lot of interference on your side, but you can go on. There's like a lot of noise, background noises on your side, Tess.
still there is noise.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry for that. Because there are so many things which is not comfortable. Most of the time we use the word free energy, but that is totally wrong. There is not three things, but we are just designing a device that converts energy. For example, we can use the solar panel that converts the sunlight into usable energy. that is photovoltaic energy. So that doesn't mean it is free energy. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, I hear you, but there's some noises as you speak, but I hear you.
Yeah, so we have to change the word that's known as free energy. Most of the time we use the word free energy, but that is totally wrong. We can design a device that can convert energy from one form to another form. For example, in my opinion, I think Mr. Gerald is discussing about the energy using the coil, the special coil, that is the bipolar pancake coil. So
Yeah,
that is a special type of coil. As you know, it's impossible to design a magnet with a single pole. That is a magnetic monopole. We cannot design a magnet with a north pole or a south pole only. So this bipolar coil has special design,
yeah,
and when we use two parallel such type of coils, and if it is connected with a voltage, then it acts as a capacitor, and also it acts as an inductor. So energy can be stored in the coil.
yeah,
So we are talking about the displacement current here. So there is a capacitor. So the magnetic field in the coil has a special arrangement. So it acts as, for example, as we know that when there is a current carrying conductor, there is a magnetic field surrounding the conductor. So, for example, in the upper side of the coil, it acts as a north pole or a south pole.
yeah.
So
I can.
these parallel coil act as a capacitor, and if the energy supplied to this coil is triggered with a Mosfet, and it is connected with the ground. There is a ground or reference to these coils. It has actually special arrangement, and there is a capacitor connected. That means it is a resonance circuit. So if it is switched on and off at high frequency, there is an impulse.
I see. Do you
So
see the? Do you see the comment of? Oh, you continue. Do you see the comment of Onaducha? Onaducha Dare says that you gain free energy via MOSFETs when you pulse
no,
an
no,
inductor the capacitor. Yeah, but you go on at resonant frequency.
no, this is not free energy, but the energy is coming from the ground. That is from the ground into the circuit. That is the concept of the impulse. At the impulse, because as the field in the capacitor collapses, then there is a current. There is huge amount of current. Theoretically, at the switch, as the field is collapsing, there is huge amount of current added to the circuit. So I believe that energy comes from the earth if it is grounded to the earth. Unless in otherwise, there is no free energy, because the power at the output and the input must be balanced. If the power at the output is lower than the input, then there must be some mechanism to balance the power at the input and the output side. So where that energy comes from.
You're talking about Gerald's case.
Yes. So what I'm talking about, or what I'm concluding about, is that the way that we use the free energy is totally wrong. Just we
I
are
think
systematically designing a device uh, that converts energy from one form into another, or the device that adds energy into our existing system.
it just depends on the person's definition of the word free energy. We had that discussion with the ID. I think yesterday or the other day. Like for you, what is your definition of free energy? What is your definition of free energy? Maybe in your case.
Yes, and the other thing is that if we have, for example, a 3 milliwatt extra power in the output, that's also energy. So we have to think about why we get small amount of energy. So we have to do a certain research to amplify that energy, rather than saying this is a small amount of energy and so on. So if
Yes, you're
there
saying
is,
that we do research to increase efficiency.
yeah, because most of the this free energy stuff is done with LED lamps and so on. That is why it makes nonsense to most of the time.
Okay. Onaduja is saying that free energy is real because the Earth and all other planetary bodies in the cosmos are hanging upon nothing. So, Onaduja, in your case, you believe how can we be able to achieve free energy? On your case, Onaduja, but I hear you, Tess. You're saying that we can try to increase efficiency so that even if we get
Uh,
something small, you can
what
make it.
still what I'm saying is that there is dark matter. There are so
Yeah.
many stuffs. There is energy. We are also made up of energy. The universe is full with energy. We know that, but we have to talk about the device and how we design that device to convert energy or to add energy and amplify it in our existing system. I'm just saying the solar panel as an example. The solar panel converts energy from the sunlight into usable photovoltaic energy. Is that free energy? Can you call it free energy?
I think that's what it just depends on the definition of how you define free energy.
Uh, in that case,
Each
the hydropower, the wind is also free energy. We can call it like that.
yeah, you can call it like that. Unaduja say you have been able to do it. Yes, you can call it free energy because like I think people say that it's free, but what you pay for is the what is the infrastructure. So wind can be free, solar can be free, geothermal can be free, and there are others who define free energy as a low cost energy, electricity or energy source. Then there are those who define free energy as like something which will set you free from control of the government and all that. Then there are those who define it as getting more from little or getting, and then there are those who define it as like getting energy from nothing. So I think it depends with your definition of the word.
Yes, but that doesn't mean that the output does not exceed the input. If we design a device that adds energy from another source into our system, we can amplify the energy. The output can be greater than the input. For example, we can add or supply the energy from the ground, from the earth, or from the space, for example, using photon energy and so on to our system, so we can amplify it. In this sense, we can increase the output, so the coefficient of performance or the efficiency may be greater than 1.
Onduja is saying that you've been able to boost power, you must short an inductor. Do you want to come and talk about it, Mr. Onaduja Dare? Dare? Is it Onaduja Dare? When you short an inductor, you will be able to harvest static electricity, which is always present in the air. You want to come and talk about it? Maybe you explain it better. For this person, say that yeah, I need to pay for the tool. You need to harness, or that's the communication you're having with Dr. Elie, I think. Torque regeneration won't fully charge an EV battery. I don't know if Scamchan was answering you, Tess.
Can okay, Dr. Elie, Elite, Dr. Elie, are you hearing me?
He's unable to hear you because of he's having a delay on his side.
Yeah, because I want to discuss with him that
No.
the output there may be a system that the output may be
Yeah.
higher than the input.
Yes, I hear you.
Maybe ask him if you ask him, he will hear you.
Okay, if you hear me, Dr. Elie, can we design? Can you
Never.
believe we
Never.
we
Never.
can?
Never.
That is the problem, because I believe we can design a device that,
Yeah.
for example, we have, it may be solar or any type of device. So we know that the output
Never.
that is
Using
the
Mosfet, coils, capacitor.
capacitor, this Mosfet capacitor and so on. This is a switch. It's nothing. The switch cannot amplify energy, but we are using the switch just to create an impulse.
A solar panel. Yeah. No. No. You're right. Yeah.
But there's a lot of interference between the two of you, so maybe
A
I will
solar
I will
panel
have him
has
next week.
an
Maybe
efficiency
Tess,
of 20%. The best in the lab is 40%.
maybe Tess,
I think,
when
yeah,
when I
it's
have him next
impossible to
week,
talk.
it is impossible. When I have him next week, I'll try to get you. I've given you my number in the private. Just WhatsApp me. Last time I looked for your number in WhatsApp and I could not be able to find it. So that's the issue. That's why I've never sent Gerald's number. Your number did not come up in WhatsApp. I think I copied it wrongly or something. But yeah,
Okay,
it is
okay,
for now.
I
For
will.
now, for now, just text me in the chat or take my number from the chat and you will text me on WhatsApp. Then I'll get in touch with you, and I'll let you know next week when we go live with him, so you can. I'll be able to
Okay,
set him up so that it is okay. I'm
where is
nobody saying
Mr.
that.
Lloyd also? I think Mr. Lloyd is not also available this week. I don't know why.
Just contact me. Just contact me. I'll send you to his number. I've not communicated with him this week, by the way.
Okay, so I'm happy if he is here.
Take take my number in the private. I'll reach out to you and we plan next week when I have Dr. Elie. Then we can do it with you as well. I will love you coming.
Thank you.
Yeah, you will see my number in the private. Scam Chen is saying that Onduja is saying that there is constant flow of electrical particles incoming from solar bodies, which can be harvested using both permanent permanent magnets and electromagnets. But if you're listening to me, Tess, I'll once you get to me, I'll give you the number of tomorrow. I'll text you the number of Lloyd. Just
Okay.
reach to me on WhatsApp, right? You've seen my number in the private.
Okay. This your number? Okay.
Yeah, that's my WhatsApp number. The one you gave me, I could not be
Okay.
able to. It wasn't appearing on WhatsApp till today, so I was unable to.
I will
Onaduja,
contact you. Okay.
Onaduja. If you, I think I took your number wrongly. Onaduja, if you want to talk about it, it's okay. You can. You're saying that I don't know. You can be able to obtain free energy, that you've been able to do it, which I know you're lying. Can you be able to showcase your bill? Because when you tell somebody to showcase their bill, then they disappear. For T Supersonic,
Yeah.
is saying
Yeah.
that you are saying something. Oh, for T Supersonic, you're saying that your labs, but people egos find it hard to accept that someone else, even alone, can come up with something better than 40% marks. For T Supersonic, do you believe that Josiah's paper and be able to work? He said that we can bring him in back so that he can explain slowly and better, and to make it everybody can be, so that everyone can be able to understand. I'm working on my
I
designs,
can't
Camch and
able
free
to hear
energy.
you because this.
You're saying this?
Yeah, the internet. There is problem.
This
I
you
can't
are
able to hear you.
you're talking to me.
Yeah, it's not. I'm not hearing you. There is the internet problem.
You have a lot of interference. Let me put in the background. You have a lot of interference.
Okay. See you. See you next time.
You sent me, what do we call it? You text me on Gmail. Not Gmail. WhatsApp.
Okay. Okay. I'll contact you in your WhatsApp.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Have a good day. Bye.
Okay, you too. For T Supersonic, Tech Knight nowadays sleeps early. Tech Knight, I think it's gone out. Is your friend. You and him should be friends. But I think he's gone out to party. Oh yes, I want to test it. I can email you back about it soon. Yeah, yeah. I sent you an email. If you once you sent it, I will send it to him. He wants that you talk about the parameters first. He want to tell you on his own the parameters and all that, and also that he wants to know you. I think you will want something like a video call. So if you're a person who is afraid of showing your face, maybe it could be an issue. But I think he wants some sort of to see you and talk about it with you, explain to you in a video call the test parameters that he wants you to, the procedure and the parameters he wants you to focus on, then you can be able to do it. But he was willing to say that with you, I should be able to share with you. Then I said, can I send to him right now? He said, no, no, wait until I talk to him first. He said, when can we have the meeting? Then I emailed you, but never got it back. Close to their computer. Does someone have a local radio station close to their computer? You mean where I am, or you're asking about you? But where I am, I think there's one closer by. I'm nobody. I'm nobody. Thanks always for being around. Scamchan is saying that free energy is a myth. So Scamchan, you believe free energy is a myth? There's no way we're going to achieve it. Free energy is a myth. But it depends with somebody's definition of free energy. There are those who say that solar energy is free energy. Uh, Wind is free energy. And wind, anybody can do it. I usually see people doing it. But the only problem is in many countries you need to have, like, they don't want you to connect power directly to your house. I think they only allow solar. But if you do more than that, you get into problem with the government. They only want one specific for you to get power from the grid and to not make your own. You think that you say that I'm lying while I have a real earthed copper plate. I've been able to do tap power from using electromagnetics and a capacitor combination that are tuned to their respective resonance frequency. I say that because many people they say that then when you tell them that can you be able to showcase a working one, they disappear. So I don't know about you on Aduja. Are you willing to showcase it? Because here's the link, like right now. You can just click and join in and show us your bill. Like, that's simple, very simple. And I'm sorry for calling you a liar. I know you don't look like one, but then the thing is, many people have been saying that they can show it, but they're unable to. So you're saying that yours work. Can you be able to come in and show it? There's a YouTube video demonstrating how to get energy to power LED. That's from Elie. Which YouTube video? Radon 19 saying that we know that there's a potential difference between the Earth and the atmosphere. Make air balloon with one pole and ground another pole and capacitor in between the diodes. You believe that could be able to generate energy? So, Raydan, by the way, where are you from? Which country
Energy
from are
from
you? You want to say something, Dr. Elish? Uh, Talk that matter saying that efficiency is capped. No one is worried about powering tiny LEDs. Talk that matters. Scamchan, you're saying that there is no free lunch when it comes to power generation talk. And Scamchan, you said that you left the channel of what is the name of the guy? Ironworks. Ironworks is having a heated up. I'm even looking at it now. He had a very big guest today.
yeah. I explained.
Dr. Eli, leave and leave and come back. It will be okay now. Leave and come back. It will be okay. Leave and come back. It will be okay. So I was telling Scamchan that Ironwork is having an amazing stream on his side. He invited
Yeah.
somebody who is very big in flat Earth things, and they are having a great crazy discussion on their side. I'm seeing it right now on my phone. So Red Raydan, you're saying that you're from Georgia. Oh, I see, I
Ah,
see, I see. Dr. Eli, just leave and rejoin. I'll paste here the link. It will work fine. It was having an issues because I think sometimes it has issues when I have a lot of people. But now when you leave and come back, it will be okay. Onaduja, the only thing that you're saying is that if you can be able to, like, can you come? You're saying that the establishments or resources are jackers or people, commoners, it's free electrical energy generating devices, which is true. I know it can get you maybe in trouble, but you don't have to show it to them. Like, can you be able to show it to us? We're just like 27 people only, which is very few, and you should not be afraid. And talk that matters. I know you talk about alias. A lot of people come with alias. I've seen a lot of comments about alias. They say that he has done the same thing with what who has done Maxwell. But sometimes these things, um, Ironmark has created his own echo chamber. I think when you go to conspiracies, if I was even thinking of going through the same thing, but I said let me not go through that side. But I think there's a lot of conspiracies that you can be able to talk about when it comes to flat earth, when it comes to people say that Egypt, there's a city, like a city underground. The city is built above pyramids. When you go to those who don't believe that the earth the planets exist and all that, like when you go to talking about conspiracies, you get a lot of diehard fans, I think. And I think that's what is supporting him. So I can see he's having a heated one. And the comments, his chat section is like going crazy, crazy, crazy. The other day we delayed him and he was asked a lot of questions by ID. Today I think ID went away earlier. So Onadu just saying that the circuit is what I can share only. You can only share the circuit, but you say that you've already built it and it's working, it's doing this. But if you want to join in and say something about it, feel free. There's like a link I shared above. I don't know, Dr. Elie, if you're okay again or it's still having issues. If it's still having issues, then Maybe we can plan a day during the day, we reset it, we work on it with you. Then when we will come to do the live next week, you guys, if you're listening to this, maybe what will you like
Excuse
us to
me,
talk
can
about?
you repeat?
I was saying that, are you able to hear me real time? Like, do you hear what I'm saying right now real time, or there is delay? It seems like delay.
Uh,
So I was asking, maybe what will you guys be interested for Dr. Elie to talk about when it comes to DNA, things to do with DNA and implantable
yeah,
medical devices? Any topic suggestions so that you plan it with him? I know with him you have to plan in advance on what you'll be able to talk about. To increase the density, need to excite the atmosphere and create tunneling resonance effect. Is this in regards to us, what Onaduja is saying? Onaduja is saying that I have to protect myself, so I can only share the circuit, which is super simple to build. Are you really sure, Onaduja? Like, at this point, I think we have shared like 50 or 70 or so many circuits. What people really want to see is what really people want to see is actually like any working demonstration. Today, people are here to see Gerald's working demonstration, but Gerald is he was unable to show it. He said that you should do it next week on Wednesday. But I don't think that somebody will come for you. If people come for you, there's people here in the comments who can protect your life. But if you can just show it maybe working, like, yeah, we can delete it later if you want to, because it's alive. I can be able to hide it later so that no one sees it. For this supersonic, you're talking about Neuralink. I see. Ask him in the comment section, because for him it's replying in the chats. Um, by the way, Neuralink can be an interesting topic. If you're hearing me, Dr. Elie, can you be able to talk about? Can we be able to talk about the Neuralink next week? If you can research on it, and we talk about maybe its implications, what it might be able to change, what it will bring, how it can help people. There's some sort of similar technology that I saw from a Chinese paper. I was supposed to put it up and I lost it, but they were unable to make a person walk who had broken.
yeah.
What is it called?
Do you hear
Broken.
me?
Yes, I hear you, but you're unable to hear me. What is this thing called? Which helps you to walk? Yeah, like he had it broken, and they were using the Neuralink to send information within muscles and all that. Then it can enable him to walk again. There's a paper that
I
I
hear
saw.
you. I hear you.
I'm saying that, can we be able to talk about the Neuralink next week? Scamchen, can you type it for me for him? Asking like, Dr. Elie, can you talk about Neuralink next week? But I will email him about it later. Simple circuit that produces what? I'm asking him if he can be able to show, because he
But
says that he's saying that he's already built it. So I'm asking him like, can you be able to share it?
the company or the device?
Tesla. Is it Tesla? I think it's Tesla. Tesla. It's built by Elon Musk. He's asking for the company of Neuralink. That's Tesla. Somebody type in Tesla for him to
Do
see is
it.
Tesla.
Elon Musk. So
Yes, Tesla or Elon Musk. Yeah. Talk if the Earth is any different, weird. No one shows testable proof. It's different. Talk that matter is talking about Dr. Elie. The term flat Earth is wrong. The Earth is not rectangular or square, but it's not what they show to us. It's crap. So you believe that the Earth is not spherical. like how they say it. But then you should go and watch what is the name of the guy, Ionox. Ionox is having an heated debate about the same when it comes to the earth being flat or not. But that's Neuralink devices. Yeah, yeah. He was asking about the name of the company. I told him Tesla. But that could be interesting because he said that he has a background on the same. Roberto Gil Ferreira Monteiro. Hey, saying that I see tank and shot. Aptera solar car. He was supposed to talk about the solar car. I told him to talk about Aptera, but he's saying that he's making a video about a solar car, and I don't know which video he's working on. He likes about the solar and medical devices. I told him to talk about this Aptera. Aptera solar car is interesting. I doubt if do you think they will ever go to production because they also took people's money. People already paid in terms of pre-orders. But till today, I don't think that there's any company. I don't think that they are ready to deliver. But there is progress because I saw during the CES 2025, they showed their vehicle, the Aptera car was being driven in the street, and it was being driven, although under their management or their person. But I think it's something that could come out to be real. It's round, but it's more like an egg shape rather than a ball. Isn't that like a sphere? The world doesn't spin over, the place it rotates like a round table. Dr. Elie was talking about also the Aptera solar car. You can try to check it out. There's a car which has a solar energy on the roof, has a solar on the roof, solar panels on the roof, and it also has a battery. It's called Aptera. You can try seeing it out. So you guys are arguing about the earth being round or flat or anything. I wonder, like, according to talk that matters, what do you believe the earth is? Or you also believe that it's flat? Talk the time. Or you guys are arguing about flat earth? Flat earth. Onaduja get a 2 feet PVC pipe. Onaduja, if you can be able to showcase your bill, man, it will be incredible. Like, imagine Maxwell has not been able to showcase it. We had today Gerald, he failed, although he said that next week. We have had many people, they talk about it, but no one is able to do it. So if you can be able to do it, man, I think it will be pretty incredible. And I'm waiting. I can share my email with you. You can just share if you feel like you can share the video showing how it works, and you don't have to show your face. We can even use a voice filter on your voice so that no one knows where you come from and people sees how it works, man. It could be incredible. You don't have to fear anything. Plus, right now, I don't think that you have to fear for your life. Talk that matters is saying that using no, don't believe in flat earth is stupid. I'm wondering, I see we have 31 people. Does anyone here believe that the earth is flat or not? Do you have a flat earth today? I don't believe the earth is flat. And you say that you don't believe what they tell us the shape is also. You believe that it's also a lie. Crazy, crazy, crazy. So we've been around for too long. Dr. Elie, I don't know what is wrong with the connection on your side, but we can try to reset it next time before we do it. I tried to do it earlier with you so that we see that it works. Today, actually, I wasn't planning to do with you. I thought you will come in next week. I knew the guy Gerald was going to showcase his coil, but he failed, so I don't know why. But also, don't feel pressured. Oh, it's okay. I think it's gone. Flat can't prove how seasons work. You guys, uh, CL said that arguing with that is more like talking about nudist. Like flat earthers are more like nudist. That's what CL said. On Aduja, man, on Aduja, I wish you could be able to share. You're saying that now take one of your 2 feet copper wire, wind it from left to right in clockwise direction. On Aduja, can you be able to share what you're talking about? If you're saying that you've built that works, I don't know if you can share.
Okay, I'm back.
Is it still okay or bad? Can you hear me? You're supposed to hear me immediately when I speak, like right now. I have a question. Uh, which mic have you connected? You said you had a microphone. Have you connected the microphone on your phone?
I hear you.
Have you connected the microphone on your phone? Are you recording with your phone?
No,
You're using the phone, which is recording your audio, your video. Which device is taking you the video?
no.
Which device is taking you the video? Which
Yeah,
device is take which device is taking you the video?
the iPhone, the iPhone,
Have you connected anything to it like a microphone, or
the iPhone.
have you connected anything to it?
No, nothing.
Okay, and can you try to increase its volume, the volume of the iPhone in terms of volume of like play volume when maybe somebody is talking to
Ah,
you, volume on the iPhone, the device which is recording us right now. Can you increase its volume?
ah, the volume of the device. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's almost maximum. Do you
Can
do
you
you
hear me?
do you hear me in real time?
I hear you. What about you? Do you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly.
So it was all about the voice. You had the voice so low.
Ah, I have to go near the iPhone or speak louder. No
Yeah.
problem.
No, no, you don't have to come close. I can hear you okay. I was
Okay.
saying that you are unable to hear me because your voice was like the device audio or voice, the speaker of the iPhone, the voice was so low, so you are unable to hear on your side.
Ah, okay.
It was just about increasing the volume on your side.
Okay. But sometime uh, the the audio was shut down, so I didn't hear you. So I tried to hear you on my computer, but it was difficult because of the delay between the two machines.
At the
So
computer, there's some latency. What we are talking with you right now, they will hear it later, maybe 30 seconds, some delay.
okay, but near now it's a real time. Everything is on the iPhone. I,
Yeah,
I
it's
I saw the video in real time, and I hear you and I see you in real time. So your proposal is to discuss about
there's somebody.
Neuralink, the
Yes,
company and the device, because I have to explain first before introducing the company and the things they are supposed to do. I have to explain how brain computer interface works, because
yeah.
bad luck for every people. I was involved with this kind of things. I was invited at UCLA to explain our work. I can show you the device, but I will take pictures, and I know a little bit about recording in the brain. I expect to show you nice pictures, because imagine that, for example, electrodes can go from one part to the other part of the brain like this. Okay, imagine that people we get epilepsy need to go to the hospital for 1 week with electrode like this or electrode like this, just to figure out where is located the center of the epileptic seizure. Okay, and I have seen also, and perhaps you can take a look, videos of people with implanted devices, electrodes, directly in the brain. This is what we do on not on the lab. We make only devices. And one thing people have to know is to implant something in the brain need special care, and you need a neurosurgeon. And I think dear Elon Musk is expecting that we are going to implant a lot of people. He does not know how a brain surgery is done. I have seen brain surgery. Okay, so
Yeah.
for example, you have to drill. Listen to me. You have to drill a hole in the skull. You extract part of the skull, and then you put the device, and then you cover the device with the part of the skull you have just pick up, and then after I don't know the word, after rolling the skin and the air, everything, and then you cover everything. So it's not just to use the syringe and to put inside a small pieces of electronics. Okay, perhaps in the future, but actually you are required to use a neurosurgeon, which is a very busy person and very costly person. And there are problems because you open the skull and everybody has to know that the skull has no protection from viruses, bacteria, and something like this. He cannot protect himself from other systems. So you have to be very careful in opening the brain. Perhaps in the future, I've seen some attempt to solve this problem by using arteries and putting electrodes in the arteries and bringing the arteries up to the part of the brain you want to record. Okay,
Yeah.
this is the real problem. I'm not sure that Elon Musk know a little bit about neurosurgery because it's very, very complicated. First, you have to prepare the operation. You need an X-ray station. You need an magnetic imaging system. You need a robot to prepare the operation because sometimes you have to drill parts of the skull with high precision. I will explain what the work Dr. Benabid, which is a friend of mine, is doing in Grenoble, because I live in
Is what?
Grenoble, is going deep brain stimulation. Just only 4 electrodes inside the brain, not on the surface, inside the brain. So he used robots and he
Yeah.
prepare with a lot of software. He prepares the operation, and by magic, the people is conscious because brain is not sensitive to what you are doing. There is no what I can say that sensitive neuron in the brain. So you can have the people talking to the neurosurgeon and the robotic system introducing the electrode. It's a kind of magic for me, but it works. I can talk hours about this because I work on this for years. I don't understand people that speak about things that they don't know everything. I ask a very tricky question about how to build up current in a coil. It takes me few days to solve the problem, and I try to find the answer on the internet, and no answer in the internet. ChatGPT perhaps is a crap, but no answer from ChatGPT. Perhaps this is a guy from the live stream explained that ChatGPT is poor. I agree, it's very poor for a scientist. perhaps there are other, but remember that ChatGPT and other artificial intelligence has no the sense of meaning. They don't know what they are talking about. It just produces sentences based on statistics of the web, of other sources. There is no real intelligence. It's just a machine. There is no meaning for them. Okay, this is the main problem with physics and with computer science and everything. I think. Do you think people appreciate the live experiments from me?
Yeah, they did. The issue was there was a lot of delays, so they could not be able to chip in and ask questions. Even that guy Tess was trying to ask questions, but there was a lot of delay. So
Yeah. I
he
don't know. I don't know why this kind of delay
no,
between the
we got it.
computer and the iPhone.
We
But the
we got
iPhone is so small, I cannot see everything.
no. The computer is playing the video, like it has some latency. Maybe
Yeah,
it
yeah,
will play it will, like what we are talking with you right now. The people in the chat will hear it maybe 15 seconds later.
yeah,
There's some of that delay, but now for you, the issue was you are not increasing the volume of your
yeah. Perhaps.
iPhone
Yeah.
so that
The next
you can
time
hear.
the next time I will bring my computer so I can have in real time the slides. It's important for me to talk about the slide
Yeah,
you are presenting.
yeah,
But
yeah, yeah.
in the iPhone, it's impossible to see the slides. So the next time I
next
will
next
uh,
time.
have my computer nearby and see the slides in real time and can talk about Neuralink.
Yeah,
I will talk about brain-computer interface, which is the topic of Neuralink, and I will explain my thought about Neuralink. I'm afraid we are going to wait a moment before having a lot of people, just because neurosurgeons, because the size of the electrode, all kind of stuff that limits. Actually, I agree. No problem for me to agree that Elon Musk, with a lot of money, will make improvements, but we are expecting things from him. It's very difficult to. It's it's complicated to extract information from the brain because the brain is a kind of distributed computer. Nobody knows exactly how it works. Nobody knows exactly how how to make an efficient interface with this, and to control someone. It's actually it's not possible. Perhaps one day it will be possible, but actually, I can explain that the only thing that neurosurgeons, Professor Benabid, and other people are doing is to reduce pain. Okay, because some intractable pain can be reduced uh, by sending small current inside the brain, and by fighting Parkinson disease. I can guarantee I have seen an experiment which is magic. Imagine a young guy, 15, 15 years, which has motion like this every time. Okay, imagine this. You switch on the stimulator and is able to do bicycle just by 3 electrodes in the dedicated part of your brain. You can stop this guy from doing every hour is not able to control something. Okay, and more seriously, I have seen a video from Professor Benabid. There is a kind of disease which is magic for me. The guy was not able to speak about death. Okay, he was supposed to read something. The cat is dead and something about the death. It was not possible for him to read the paper. You switch on the brain-computer interface, and is laughing. Oh, the cat is dead, no problem, everything is fine. It's a magic for me. I guarantee that nobody can explain this kind of thing. And Professor Benabid discovered the part of the brain that control Parkinson disease by chance. He explained at everybody it is a chance, because nobody supposed to know where this Parkinson disease is located in the brain. And actually, he was checking for pain reduction, okay? And it tests, as we can do in the lab. It tests electrodes, some places, and he find a place where you stop motion, you stop freezing, you stop a lot of things just by injecting a small amount of current inside the brain.
And maybe can you be able one day to convince Doctor the professor you're talking about if he can be able to come on our show one day?
No, it's very busy now. I'm
uh,
sorry and cannot
it's
convince
okay.
Professor Benabid. No. No. I'm sorry.
I understand. There's for
But
this
I
person.
can explain. Perhaps I can check if the video is available somewhere, or I will ask him if he has a video. It will be very impressive for a lot of people. I will ask Professor Benabid if I can, if I'm allowed to show. But you can find a huge amount of information about his work. He was expecting to have the Nobel Prize for his discovery. He set up it's not collaborating with an American company, Medtronic, and Medtronics produces the device according to its requirement. And now he's working he's trying to help tetraplegic to walk and to do things with a kind of it will be pleased for you. It's a how do you say a robotic arm? No, it's a exoskeleton.
In
Exoskeleton controlled by his brain,
in regards to that,
with a lot of computer science in between. The brain does not directly control the exoskeleton. There is a
in
lot of
regard in regards to that, we have this comment from 40 Supersonic. He's saying that this one is a little bit an interesting topic, saying that as of now we don't really need a technology that can go into your brain like intrusive. You can just wear like maybe a device on your head and you're able to control
no,
with pulses. Is it possible?
never. No, you have to understand the level of signal in the brain and the level signal outside the skull. Actually, it's not possible. Perhaps one day, but actually, the signal from from the skull is very limited in information content. Imagine that you have millions of neurons on a small surface,
Yeah.
and when you put an electrode on the skull, everything is blurred. You cannot extract um, relevant information outside of the brain. You have to go inside if you want to decode, for example, brain-computer interface and something like this. It's very important also to know that people that are engaged of such invasive, what we call invasive brain-computer interface, are people with deadly deadly problems. Okay, I've seen a lady, very nice lady, which agreed to be implanted for 6 months because his life was limited to 6 months. You are not implanting medical device, brain-computer interface in healthy people. You are using tetraplegic.
And
You are using people which are where the brain is destroying by itself. You are using epileptic people. No one will accept, one myself, accept to introduce something in your brain. You know that what that means? Introducing something in your brain. It's not your hand, it's not your leg, it's your brain. It's the most important part of you. And you agree to put something which is supposed to be aseptic, which is supposed to send electricity inside. No, I
so
would disagree.
You disagreed. Somebody for this Supersonic saying that is already being done in robotics. I know, but he's talking about motion control. But with motion control
Yeah,
is
yeah, yeah.
something.
He's right. He's absolutely right. You can motion control with a limited amount of control with external. But if you want to really extract more valuable information, you have to go on the surface, which Professor Benabid is doing, or
Let,
inside, which is more dangerous
so
and more
le-
important.
if
Yeah,
I ask,
I agree. You can control motion with this kind of helmet with electrodes. Okay. You
like,
can also you we have developed this kind of helmet. You can also do what it was popular in the 70s, which is self-control. You can concentrate on things and see the waves of your brain going up and down according to your concentration level. You can do a kind of yoga for your brain. Yes, it's all right. But to control properly an exoskeleton without knowing what people want to do, it's very, very difficult with external electrodes. This is what I've seen here.
for,
Perhaps
for, for,
uh, everybody will love to have this helmet and to be able to control a mouse or something like this. Yeah. The first experiment I've seen was a monkey with arm like this and a brain-computer interface, and he was able to grasp a banana just by thinking of the banana. It was very nice. But he was not able to move. It was like this. He was not able to move. Just his brain knows that he can have a gift if he succeed, and he got the banana.
I see. So like I was saying that there's some guys who I was supposed to meet them next week. I'm not sure if it will go possible or not, but they claim to have this robot where you put a helmet on your head, and once you put a helmet on your head, you can be able to use the robot hand to eat. You can use it to eat, like to pour water into a
Yeah,
glass
yeah,
and all that.
I have seen this video. I'm a little bit suspicious about the video. If you can
They they said
just need one
they
signal to do one thing, it's okay. If you just if you need only a switch, and the switch will tell the robotic arm to bring you water, it's fine. But if you want to properly control and to be able to pick up an object, a Mosfet, for example, on the table, no, no, definitely not. Do you know that we in the brain there is motion control, and there is also part of the a neuron that is a kind of feedback control. So when a guy tried to pick up the MOSFET, he is controlling the motion, and there is a feedback somewhere, and another part of the brain is telling, yes, you are going in the right direction. No, you are not going. This is not the motion control system. This is a feedback control system, which is more complicated than just motion control. But
okay.
I'm very passionate by this kind of stuff because I'm afraid Elon Musk goes the wrong way. But let's see if it's going on. But we lack neurosurgeons. We need 10 years to have a neurosurgeon, and perhaps at Grenoble we have 400,000 people, and neurosurgeons, if I count, perhaps 10 people able to make neurosurgery.
Have a, so so you believe, like, do you think Elon Musk can be able to achieve the technology with a device, but the problem will come to when it comes to implanting
Implant.
it into the
Yeah, yeah,
brain?
yeah. Perhaps you can achieve the technology, perhaps not now, but perhaps. But the problem
Mm.
is to implant. Except he found a way to inject something in the brain, but I'm not confident on this kind of thing. I explained that I have seen electrodes in a catheter. You know what a catheter is? It's just a tube that you put on the arteries and something like this, and you go from the femoral arteries, you go up to the brain, and you deposit the electrode. Okay, but the size of the electrode is the size of the arteries, and you need a sensor, you need electronics, you need a power supply. Power supply is not a problem. In the brain-computer interface of Professor Benabid, there is a kind of external power supply on the skull. So power supply is not a problem. You can give energy just by the same means used for charging your phone. Okay, a coil at the emitting part and the coil inside the brain, so you can transfer energy. There is no real problem of energy. The problem is the power of the quality of the device, all the requirements. You cannot decide, oh, tomorrow I will design a device and I will bring this device in your body. No, it's not like this. You have to produce huge amount of proof that your device is safe. You have to go to FDA, which is in the United States, the regulatory board, and you have to explain how it works. You have to demonstrate using animals that it is safe, and you have to make experiments with humans, with control, and it takes, I will say, 5 years, more than 5 years to go from the prototype, perhaps 10 years, to go from the prototype to a product implanted. And remember that you have to go to an insurance company to be sure that if there is a problem, and there are problems, implantable device fails sometimes, you have to have a good insurance because you have to pay all the money to the people with permanently disease or with dead. So it's very difficult topic. But let's take a look. The Medtronic, instead of implanting a huge pacemaker, perhaps I don't know one. They decide to put a capsule like this with grips inside the earth, the cœur, the
No, so what?
the cardiac muscle. Okay, so they use a catheter and they put the small device like this with, but just for particular pathology, which does not require high level of power. So you can have a battery inside the electronics. I was working with a company designing. I've seen the lab where they produce everything. Before implanting something, there is a process called burning. So they take the device, put into a chamber, and heat the system for days to see if something is failing. And after this test, they agree to implant the device. Okay, it's implantable devices are very, very complicated and very costly system. It's not, oh, I will go inside your body with this tube. Or, no, it's not like this. No, definitely not.
There's somebody saying that first let me if you don't have to be very close to the phone.
I need to be close to the phone.
No, you don't have to be close to it. You can pull back and
Okay,
just
okay.
yeah.
Okay, I see first of Elon Musk not going to the surgery. I prefer not Elon Musk doing the surgery for me. An expert. No. If he is going to implant millions of people, an expert is not sufficient. He needs to have hundreds and thousands of neurosurgeons, which is very difficult task to have all the surgeon. Here's an engineer. No, not and only one. No, hundreds of engineers to design the future. No. He's a marketing. Yeah, he's a great marketer. I agree with this guy, which is TM Nobody. Yeah. He's a real nice marketer. But in neuroscience, it's not sufficient. You have to have expert, but you have also to hire neurosurgeons in the hospital. And neurosurgeons are usually very busy people. I know a few of them here. It's very difficult to have an appointment with them. They are always busy. No. It's not so simple. No. Don't imagine that just by doing this, you have a neurosurgeon. I explained with 400,000 people, only 10 neurosurgeons in the main hospital of my city. So, and the equipment is very, and the operative room is expensive. You need to have nurses. You need to have people with X-ray imaging. You need to have magnetic imaging system. You need a lot of things before be able to make a neurosurgery. No, it's complicated.
I see. You Scamchan is saying that that guy was going to have his head put on another body, cancel the surgery. You're talking about which guy? Was it
Uh,
being done by Elon?
I'm suspicious about this idea. I have seen a thing which was very impressive. Imagine a lady which was bitten by a dog and lost part of the mouth. Okay, so surgeon decide to make a graft to make a new part, and so you see the lady in the operating room, and you see a kind of tissue which has no life, which is white, and under a microscope they connected nerves, they connected blood circulation, and by magic this white part became red, and they make all the surgery, and the lady comes with another face. It was very impressive for me. This is the first time I've seen such an surgery. Do you imagine the number of connection you have to do between the nerves to be able to talk, to eat, and the blood vessels, everything under a microscope, because everything is small according to the physiology of the nerves. Everything is so small, and you have to interconnect like this, not like this, like this. Imagine, just figure out. Perhaps I can find a video, but it's a long time.
But yeah, you said that he got married and canceled the surgery. Can you,
Okay, no.
if
It's very difficult to connect nerves. This is the reason why when a guy is tetraplegic, we are not able actually to reconnect his spinal cord, because it's a mass of nerves and it's cut by a knife or other things, and you have to reconnect. It's impossible actually to reconnect directly the spinal cord of someone which has been cut by something. So imagine to reconnect the head of someone. It's far more complicated. No, I'm not sure he is going to succeed in this kind of thing, but let's see. There are some improvements everywhere. So, but we have to wait a moment, and I prefer to let my brain connected to my body as long as I can. I prefer. I don't want to have the brain of another people.
Okay, so I don't know when do you think next week we can be able to talk about that? Friday.
Because of the Latino festival, not before 1 week. I will prepare a lot of things for you, and
We can just talk it freely, like how we are talking about now. You don't
I
have
prefer
to.
to have slides or movies. It's better for people because I can speak hours. As you can see, I can speak hours about this stuff, but it's not clear for everybody. I have to explain a lot of things, so I prefer to have slides. I love the slides. I use the slides for my students. I have to thank you for the challenge of making something about coils and Mosfet because now uh, uh, with your help, I'm going to make a practical for students in Vietnam, Tunisia, and Madagascar and Peru, explaining how a DC-DC converter works and how can we build up a lot of current inside a coil. So uh, I'm always thinking of new practicals for my students, but this one is a very interesting example for everybody. There was a trade transplant surgery done with a monkey, but the monkey only lived for a couple of weeks, then died later. Yeah, sure. Yes, people are trying to do something. Yeah, he was going to live the head separate from the body. Wow, each independent from each other. He So how was made the connection between the blood vessels and the nerves? I explained that there are hundreds of nerves to be connected to the brain. So I'm not able to imagine, but as explained by your colleagues, I'm a limited guy. I'm very difficult. It's very difficult for me to imagine. I explained that you cannot reconnect the spinal cord. How can you reconnect a whole brain with the rest of your body? And only Dr. Frankenstein could do it, but he got the brain from a jar market Abba. Yeah. I love this movie. Yeah. I love this movie, Dr. Frankenstein. Yeah, it's very nice. Yeah. Yeah, but we see improvements everywhere. But the only problem is free for me is free energy. The concept is very difficult for me to understand, but it is abnormal. Yeah. In the movie, it's abnormal. This is Frankenstein Jr., the movie from Mel Brooks. Yeah, I know a little bit. You cannot see my collection of DVD, but I know a little bit about this movie. Yeah. It's a very pleasant movie. Yeah. Okay, so I will prepare something about
The Neuralink. What you said
brain-computer interface for the next Friday. I hope to have information from the
next
lab that
Friday.
I work.
Are you okay with next Friday? If you're okay with next Friday, it will be
Yeah.
just
You
you. I
can
want.
announce. Yeah, next Friday I will work after after the Latino festival. Uh, I enjoyed the movies. I will work on this. Yeah, no problem for me. I will work on this kind of stuff. I don't really understand the work of Gerald. He's going to use a coil, okay, with a large resistor compared to mine. Mine is 40 milliohms, okay. If you try to push current in a coil with 2 ohms of serial resistor, you will dissipate a lot of power. So I don't know how it's work. Can we expect to have a schematic if it's not protected by something, a clear schematic? I give you my schematic, which is, I agree, very standard system. The next one I prepare for you will not be standard. I'm afraid that people will have some trouble in understanding the next design. But let's go. Let's hope that I will explain properly. There is a large amount of switch everywhere in order to to grab this current inside the coil. But I will be pleased to test schematics with, for example, as long as there is a coil, Mosfets and other classical components, no problem for simulation for me. I also, you sent me the paper about the guy. We explained how to use MOSFET with radio frequencies. I'm not able to have an opinion. There are some errors, but this is not a problem. But I don't really understand what's going on in this kind of thing. So if you can provide a schematic to explain, if it's possible, I don't know. He's going to protect everything, but he was going to use some part of interface to communicate between head and body. Wow. He was going to use some sort of interface. What kind of interface? Electrical current, electrical wires? Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, it's possible to communicate with the brain, but you have to use a large amount of interface, complicated. He was going to use some sort of interface, but what kind of interface? Yeah, I understand the problem, but what is the solution? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, and the guy with the battery, I'm afraid that the trick is a supercap. I made the computation for you. If you power a supercap, if you charge a supercap, you have seen, then you can power a small LED for hours. So there is no need from the battery, and there is absolutely no need to put supercap at the output of a battery. If there are fluctuations, a small cap will be fine. He put 4 large supercap for one battery. I don't understand what is the meaning, except that you can power the LED just by the supercap, not by the battery. And I explained also that magnesium is very dangerous. Can you teach something? When I was a student, the teacher came with a small block like this of a metal, which seemed a metal, but it was a smooth, a kind of gray metal. And do you know what it was? It was sodium. You can have sodium in the form of a metal. And you throw away this sodium, which is known to be highly reactive, into water. And immediately, poof, it explodes because hydrogen is produced when you put magnesium, sodium on other highly reactive materials with water. Hydrogen is produced and explode immediately. So it's a little bit dangerous to manipulate magnesium. This is the reason why I'm afraid that his battery is not so good as he explained. Do you have seen my computation?
No.
No, I send you an email with all the computation. Bad luck for him. I teach a supercap to the student, and the example is we charge a small supercap, the size of a coin battery, very small, 1 farad. And with this 1 farad, we were able to power a small LED for 10 minutes. It's my computation.
Oh, I see the email of the computation.
See, you remember. Yeah, it's fairly simple. You compute the energy stored in the capacitor. You know the power needed to power the LED. You divide, and you have the time. It's fairly simple. And the time with four supercap of, let's say, 5 farad is 1 hour. You can power LED. This is the reason why I explained in my computation that the supercap can be charged with a very fast fashion. This is the reason why they are used in the braking recovery system in car. A battery is not able to accept a huge amount of power, yes, in a small time. So they use supercaps, and then after, quietly, supercaps transfer the energy to the battery. This is the reason why. Yeah, yeah. Ah, okay, great. Petrovsky, right? State, yeah, university, yeah, yeah. Interface to talk from the brain to the parallel muscle and help the girl walk again. Great, right? Yeah, we are, a friend of mine are working in Switzerland to do the same thing, to bypass the cut inside the spinal cord. You can bypass by using electrodes and something like this. Okay, okay, okay. It's time for us to go to bed. Thank you for your attention, and see you next week. Chris is not here. I will just talk with him. Okay, I will. Yeah, nice. Yeah. Okay, Chris, it's time for me to leave
Wait, you. So we have agreed on Wednesday at Friday.
on Friday. Yeah, yeah, Friday. Okay. Bye.
Okay, no. Okay, okay, bye.
Bye.
And yeah. So Scamchan, he said we do it on Friday. He explains, but I think it's more. He feels it more when we talk about those brain interface things and the things to do with implantable medical devices than when we talk about MOSFETs and other things. How do you guys feel about it? I think he's more into talking about the implantable devices, and I know that he also likes a lot to talk about solar cars and EVs, mostly solar cars. But we'll see. He said we can do it with him on Friday, so we shall see how it goes. He's gone. He's gone. Kamchan. He left. I think maybe he's going to bed. I don't know what time is it on his side, but it might be. It's 2 a.m. I think. 1 a.m. He's in France, so I think it's 2 a.m. It's usually 1 hour behind my time, so 2 a.m. or 1 a.m. But this last thing, it was excellent, and I agree with you when he talks about the brain interface things. It is excellent, and I'm sure you like what he was talking about. He seems to enjoy it more than when we were doing about than when he was talking about the MOSFETs. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but with the brain interface, he seems to get it to like it more than the other topic he was talking about. Although the other time he had an issue with hearing us, but it turns out that he had an issue with the volume on his iPhone. The volume was low, so he was unable to hear us. So I just told him to increase the volume, and he was able to hear us. And I think that's the problem that we usually get with people joining. Somebody joins in and the volume on the device is joining with is zero. Then they say that they are unable to hear. Even Tess had a similar problem before he came, and Scamchan is saying that implantable devices. What am I getting a lag again? Saying that implantable devices are really a long way off to be practical. Yeah, and that's what he said. He said exactly the same thing. But now, like what 40 Supersonic was saying, the one that you just put like it can be like a type of device you just put on your head. And I've seen some people they put it somewhere here that then it can be able to read the brain signals. What about that one? That one can be, I don't know if it can be sooner or later. And Scamchen, I know that you're around. I wanted to test something else then. If you're still around, I see many people are dropping off, and thanks a lot for being around, guys. And have a good night. So Scamchen, I wanted to try this thing. You tell me, man, how is the quality? I tried it before. I bought a very cheap Chinese camera like last year, or I think early last year. Then I've never used it. I had an issue with the cable, so I got a cable today. I tried testing it and it looked bad. So, but I said that when I'll try it later before when people have gone, when I just have few people on, so that somebody can tell me maybe how does it look from the other side. So Scam since you're still available, man, you tell me how it looks like on the other side. I'm going to remove this one from the screen so that it's audio only. Then you can tell me how it looks like. But most people will take advantage of real working energy device. And people want to know a really working energy device. Do you think Gerald will come through on Wednesday? Let me wait and see, because even for this talk he knew about it. Like he was talking about it Tuesday, Wednesday. Was it Wednesday or Tuesday? He said he will come with two devices. He said that he come with two devices, one working one and another one to show the people, to give one to give the people to people for free and another working one. But here he came with nothing. He said he had not yet prepared. So let me wait for him on Wednesday. I hope he does have prepared. Let me switch off this camera. Scamchen, if you're around, you please let me know, let me know how I look like on the scene. I don't know how to switch off the camera. Oh, I see. I just leave it on. Scamchen, if you're still around, you can let me know how the other camera looks like. If it's really bad or at least ah talk that matters. This one is still my phone. The one that you're seeing is usually my phone. No, camera is not yet on. Camera is refusing to boot up. Camera is refusing to power on. I don't know if it's lost power or what. Let me. The one that is appearing is my phone, but it doesn't give the old quality. Doesn't give the old quality. There's a software that I use. It transfers your phone to your laptop to use it as a like as a camera, as a laptop camera. But now it only gives me up to 720 and not highest quality. But now the camera is refusing to come on. I think it ran out of charge. I'd connected it some time back. I'd connected it some it's refusing to come on. I'll charge it later. I think it ran out of charge or something. Yeah, it ran out of charge. It ran out of charge. And I have a cable and don't know what it's not working. Let me confirm something. But thanks guys for being around. I see. Charge it up. Yeah, I need to charge it up. Now it was supposed to be. I'd connected it to the laptop with a USB cable, which means it should be able to charge automatically. But it seems like it doesn't charge. Mr. Amo, who is Mr. Amo? Yes, yes, yes. It could be a backup. So I'll try to be making sure it is charged to full capacity next time. Earlier on, I'd connected it and I tried using it. I tried using it first time, then it wasn't good. So I connected it at a certain angle and I left it on the entire time. So I thought that later on I can try to to switch switch to a second camera when the one dies, but it was the problem was it was connected, so I think it used the old charge. And I bought it on the Chinese who sent it to me. I bought it on like AliExpress. They sent only one, but this was like last year. Then I was unable to use it, but I also learned that you should not buy cheap things, especially on AliExpress. Bad idea, bad idea, bad idea. Who is Mr. Amo? The man you shared his number from Nigeria. Who is that one? I don't know. I shared his number from Nigeria. Oh, I see. I see. I remember. I remember. I remember. I've never talked to him again. By there, I'll try talking to him and see. But it was about Maxwell's story, and Maxwell's story already went down. Laptop gonna slow charge you. Yeah, I see. I see. It has even it when I connect to the laptop is unable to charge because I'm also using a 10 meters cable that can connect me to the laptop like USB cable and extender. So I see it's not charging, and what you're saying is true. I think it even discharged it. I thought that it was charging it in the process because I wasn't using it. But also, this thing was just off for days, like months. I think 3 or 4 months. I've never opened it, so I think already the battery. I think already the battery was low. So, but the Chinese man, you should never buy cheap things from. I should replacement battery. No, I should buy just a second battery. This one I think is okay. Last time when I had it, I could have it around for about 2 or 3 hours. Yeah, about 2 or 3 hours. Not streaming, but I used to go with it on construction sites, and I could use it for about 2 or 3 hours. So the battery, I'm not. I don't think that is damaged, but I've been because I had kept it with charge. It was charged to full capacity. Then I kept it, so I'm pretty sure it's still full. The only thing it will need, I need to get a second one or a third one so that when one runs out, I can be able to charge like to change pretty faster. Then you're saying that maybe he's or is he? There was a guy who was called Onaduja. I see. Talk that matters. There was a guy called Onaduja. He said that he's able to do it. Then I told him to share. He refused. This guy, could he be the one? This guy, I think he could be the one. But say hi to him. Tell him when does he want us to talk about it. Although now he wanted us to talk about it privately. He doesn't want to share in public. That's what he said. I use a 2 amp charger. Use a 2 amp charger to charge your phone. I think I have a 35. I have a 35 watt or what? I have a 33 watts charger. That's for the phone that is recording. Last time I was telling you that the issue is usually the cable. But I have a 33 watts charger. Usually it charges my phone in like a short time, very short time to full capacity. Yes, I think this is the best move. I can try to have either 2 or 3, but now I doubt if I'll find a battery anywhere. Let me try to show you. Tell me if this battery is available, or I will have to go to import from China again. If I import from China, it takes about a month. Let me show you. I don't know if common. I don't know if you can see it, but it looks this way. I don't know if common batteries for cameras they look this way or this one is very different. Because if it's different, then I have to buy from like the person, from the seller who sold to me this thing on AliExpress. I'm pretty sure I can find it on AliExpress, but I'm not pretty sure if most cameras use this sort of battery. Then I think it will be easy for me. I don't know if it can. It is focusing on me instead of focusing on. But as of now, I think my phone camera is just okay. Although this one is 720 camera copy, when I use the app to stream, it limits me to 720. It wants me to pay some money, or I'll just pay the money if I think I can be able to do streaming more. I'm not sure if I can do streaming more or not, but I wanted to get maybe more people like the way Dr. Elie was talking about, such people like the professor, like people who can talk more about other things like science and all that. And maybe people are doing certain projects, especially project in the science community, or there's technology like some sort of tech in Africa and beyond. But it's very difficult because I've been sending email. Should be a number on the battery. See. Oh, I see. There's a number. 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 Let me see. The number is CAS NP. Then the capacity is 1500. CAS NP40. Oh yeah, I see it's available on Amazon. It's available on Amazon. It's available on AliExpress. Oh, I can see it's a pretty common. Yeah, it's a common. I think it's common for all cameras. I think so because I even see even different varieties. There's one which looks similar. There's others, but they look the same. The number is NP CAS NP dash 40. Let me see if it's available in my country. Focus Zipro Kenya GG. Battery charger. Yeah, just to get the battery charges. But I think I can find it locally. Yes, working projects exactly. I wish I can be able to get like people. I wish I can get like people like you're saying who are working on projects technologically and get them on. But the biggest issue is I've been trying to send. I don't know if the Maxwell thing kind of has made my channel not to be attractive to them or not. But I've been trying, but a few say, "Let me see your channel." Person sees it, then says, not now. But I think I'll try. I'll try. The only I know like you don't die from trying. So I keep on trying different people, and especially if Dr. Elie brings the topic of he was talking about. Oh, I see it's available. It's about $3. $3. $30. I see the battery is available. It's available, but shipped. I have to ship it from abroad, but it's available even on the local e-commerce website we have is available, but it comes from abroad. So I'll ship like two of them. Man, I thought you were already sleeping. I'm nobody. I thought you were already sleeping. Say that you are tired. So, like you think about this, yes, people are working on like projects that are working and all that. Problem is and also in robotics, I've tried a few, but problem is they are like they yeah most don't want to do it. But I tried to. I'm sure with time I just get more and more. I have to try and yeah. I'll have to try, and I'm sure with time I'll be able to get more. Do that search on Maxwell, you see all those channels fizzle out. A lot of channels, although a lot of them were just coming to take the things I was posting, then they do with a different audio and repost. I think there's a lot of things doing this, and I feel like that's what has made it difficult for me when I try to do this. But I'm going to I'll make sure I don't have to get it like I was doing Tuesday, Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday. I can try just one day of the week. I'll be able to get somebody working in the tech. One day I can try to get someone just working in the tech in field, like on one day of the week, maybe Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. Or I mean maybe Monday, Wednesday, or Friday. Then I have him on. These are the days I can try to talk about in other things, or I can only do maybe Thursday and Friday. I'll see. So if I can be able to get one person from the tech industry just one day of the week, maybe Fridays, I'm pretty sure it will be okay. Or maybe Wednesdays. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I will not have to look for people like send many emails, but I'll keep on trying. You think that there's a channel which says, yeah, this channel I think it's called Vintage Machine. I think I saw this on a channel called Vintage Machine that he did a road trip, which actually has not happened. They're just trying to play with the things that can be able to bring them views. But we all know that he's not going to do the road trip anyway. He said that he can't do it because of security issues, and the road trip is on hold. I think I made a video about that already. And also, we got a message from, I don't know if I shared with you Talk That Matters, a message from, who is that guy again? From Foster Gamble, saying that Maxwell's generator works, or at least it was working when they met with him. It was a little bit confusing, that message. It was a little bit confusing, but he said that it works anyways. Imagine if you could bring someone and prove something that's what I really want, and I hope we can be able to go towards that direction. Yeah, I keep on continue trying people. I keep on trying people. I tried the CEO of robotics. I don't know if you know robotics one. I tried the CEO, but now it's not really the CEO, but their YouTube, their account, their Instagram account. I don't have connection of the CEO, but I'll really try this to try and get more people. I mean, yeah, I said so. Let me show you the email on the screen. Let me let me see how I can be able to share just a moment. Let me see if I can be able to share that email. It said that it works. Uh, I got it a few days ago. What is the name? Elie Evans, Daniel C. Terence Mitch. I don't know how I can be able to enlarge it so that you will be able to see. I don't have a keyboard here to zoom in. I don't know if you'll be able to see, but let me share in a moment. But he said that it works. He said that the generator works. Let me see how to share it. Window, this one. I'm not sure if you guys will be able to see it, but if I had my keyboard closer, but I'll try to read it anyway. Is it visible or it's too small? But this person called Mitch she's the one who replied me from Tesla's from Foster Gamble's team. So this their first reply, I'm sure you remember it. I I did a screenshot of it. This was what they say. The first reply was that a lot has happened since we met with Maxwell during filming, and for years we have lost contact with him. Foster has been in touch with Max recently. This one, I'm pretty sure you saw it. Foster has been in touch with Max recently. He hopes that what Max is claiming about the new launch is all about true, but Foster remains very skeptical of Max's ability to follow through on promises. We shall see in the next few weeks. And it goes on to say that Foster has been challenging Max to give him the contact info of at least one customer who has had one of the devices working for more than 1 month. Max has been stalling and distracting in response. Foster recommends keeping an open mind but a closed wallet until we learn more about definitely what's really and what's not. I hope that it helps with how to approach Maxwell work. Then I said thanks a lot. So I did a follow-up question that when Foster met with Maxwell for the first time, he said that his invention, the generator, works. So was it working or it was part of a script from the Tribe movie? So I did because he said that now he doesn't know if it works. I mean, he had said in the first email that Maxwell has not shown him anybody who has said that the device works. So I did ask that when you guys did the Tribe movie, you said that his device was working, the generator was working. Why now are you changing or are you saying what you're saying? Then the reply is saying that nothing was scripted for the sake of the movie. The movie simply documents our experience of what our engineers were able to conclude from the machine that Maxwell presented. It was our conclusion that Maxwell's generator worked successfully and promised to be a great innovation in energy. Not long after the movie was released, we lost contact with Maxwell after his son died and he was hit with severe health issues. His company soon disappeared as well. You could say Maxwell ghosted us. It is only a month or so ago that we re-established contact with the re-emergence of his company. We have asked for clarification of what is going on, but we have concerns about his ability to deliver on his promises since he has not been responsive to our request for more detailed information about his claims. So I don't know what you guys get from that, but from that it's like a person who's saying that it works, it doesn't work. Which original video? And this video talking about the Tribe movie. In the Tribe movie, they said that it works. Then the first email that we got, they said that it doesn't. I mean, what they said simply was that it doesn't work. They don't have contact with him and all that. And now in this other email, it's more like somebody who's saying it works, but it doesn't work. I don't know what you guys understand from this. It's like somebody who doesn't want to say it doesn't work, or somebody who doesn't want to say it works. It is like somebody who's saying it works, but it doesn't work. Alexi, today we featured Dr. Elie. She explained about brain interface computer, which is not grifter. Brain interface. How is brain interface computer person talking about brain interface computer grifter Alex, man? You tell me, man. Did you check this one I'll send? Link, just send the link I check. Or you're talking about Emeka, the Nigerian guy. The Nigerian guy Emeka refused to talk to me. Alexi, uh I'm just showing, but the water generator works. The only thing is that it generates the amount of volts generated, they're not enough to do a lot of things. And if you look at the water generator concept, it looks like what the guy Stanley Meyer was doing, I think. Yes, Scamchan, that's the issue that I also have. It's like he's not sure that it works anymore, which it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that now he's saying what he's saying. And he's saying that it's because they lost contact. That's why he doesn't know. Which, like, how is that related to, you went and confirmed and you say it works. Now you're saying that you lost contact, so you are not sure if it works or not. I don't know if it makes sense. It doesn't make sense at all. But anyways, this is an email from, if you go to their website, I think it's called Foster something or what, you go to Drive and you can try to reach to support team. So I tried seeking them through support team. I mean, it wasn't support team. There's somewhere you can be able to create a ticket and you try to send your inquiries on all that. So that's why I sent the inquiries about this whole issue. Then they replied that way. They say that engineers confirmed the water generator works, but now because they lost contact with Maxwell, they are not sure if his latest things works or not, which doesn't make sense at all. And they're saying that they are not sure if Maxwell is able to deliver on his promises to clients, so people should not go after it. Which I think, personally, I think they had a deal between, I think the Foster Gamble team and Maxwell had some sort of agreement when making the movie Tribe. That Tribe 3. I think they had some sort of an agreement and no side can be able to break it. So the Foster side, they can't break it and they have to keep saying this, like that narrative. But in a way, if you read these emails, like somebody is saying to you that don't buy this thing. Somebody is saying to you that it works, but saying that don't go ahead and buy it. So Alex, Alex, man, what are you talking about, man? Alex, man, what are you talking about, man? Saying that Maxwell is probably back in jail. I don't know about this. I think it's been quite past few days. Maybe he got arrested. He messed up with the president. Zima said that he conned the president, so I don't think that you can con the president and walk away free. Unless if they had a deal that makes good money for all of them. Good morning, good morning. Maxwell is probably in jail. But also, like, I'm interested to know, how do you guys think Maxwell is conning people? Because it's not like you see people complaining every day that, hey, we lost our man. Hey, we lost our man. something that you only see a few people. I mean, like the only people who say they lost their man are the ones who Uzima talked with, but no one else has come out to say that we lost our money. Money gone, money gone. Better version of the video. And Scamchan, I saw you released a video today. I saw you released a video today some time back.